Hello. Hello. What map? Uh, this one. Did I know that it's gay to kiss women? If you think about it, it's like if you're kissing a woman on the lips, like their lips were probably on another man. So you're basically indirectly kissing another dude. It's gay, yeah. How do I high round Call the Dead solo? It's a complicated question. Anyway, we're gonna continue some Buried today, shall we? We are on round 100. In a perfect world, the goal is 255, but I don't want to necessarily get my hopes too high. So, the goal generally is play as far as I can, get to the highest round I can, and also have fun doing so. Those are the only goals. And if I get to 255, I'll be really happy. And if I don't get to 255, we'll see. Hopefully, I want to get to the highest round I can and have fun doing so. Those are the goals. So, yeah, the round 100, of course, is done. We're on round 100, but like I said, this is one of those maps that I want to keep playing out, and we're going to see how it goes. What round do I expect to get? I don't know. The goal is die as little as possible. Generally. That's always the goal whenever I play zombies. So, anyway, shall we continue? How many downs this run? So far, only one. Do you know if 4-player no jug can use your strat for Call of the Dead, or is spawn cancel not allowed for that? Oh, you mean the cave strategy? You could use the cave strategy. So canceling the spawn is allowed on Call of the Dead co-op, but not solo. I don't know why. Greatest of all time zombies game, Black Ops 1. Okay, let's play some music and then let's play the game. How's that turbine doing? Oh. I don't know how long that turbine's been there. I should put Buried the Musical. That's one song. Also, I don't know if it's copyright. I think I remember playing it on stream one time, and pretty sure I can't or shouldn't. At least without getting my stream demonetized, which I don't necessarily want to do. They want to go for Call of the Dead no jug? I mean, yeah, that sounds fun. World record on Call of the Dead did spawn cancel? Technically not the current record. I learned recently that buying the Bowie knife on BO1 shifts all your weapon slots over by 1, even if you don't own Mule Kick. Yeah, that's true. If you buy the Bowie knife, it's gonna shift, like, your first weapon into your second slot and your second into your third, even though you don't have a third. And so, what will happen is, if you down before you buy Mule Kick, the game will correct itself and switch it back into 1 and 2. But if you buy Mule Kick and then buy a third weapon, that weapon goes in your first slot. And now you have 3 weapons. What is the single most hated feature in Zombies? Probably score streaks. I don't know that many people that are like, oh, Zombies got so much better when they added the fucking chopper gunner. And mutant injections. But I'm trying to think. It might be something a little bit more niche than that. Tunnel area Easter egg song? What do you, wait, which tunnel area Easter egg song? The spiral stairs? Like, oh, you mean the one that you type in, the Easter egg song that you type into the thing in Afterlife? What's my favorite Zombies map of all time? Moon. Is it working the same on BO3 Giant? Is what working the same? I think it is the same singer. Where Are We Going and Always Running? I think so, right? $255 incoming? Hopefully. Ideally. Oh, the thing with the weapon slots? It works the same on every map with a Bowie knife and Mule Kick. Or a melee weapon and Mule Kick. At least, I don't know about BO4. I think BO4 might have fixed it. Because BO4, it actually, like, does a better job of tracking which is your Mule Kick weapon. It tells you which is your Mule Kick weapon. But on BO1 through BO3, it works the same on every map. But I don't know all the specifics off the top of my head. I do know that there's a great video on it that somebody made. Do I think BO1 Shinonuma is going to be tough? Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the more difficult ones, but I'm trusting it will be a little bit easier than Verrückt. Because, like, Verrückt, you don't have any, like, wonder weapon that you can suddenly spam if you realize you're about to get trapped. And you only have 3 monkeys. You have no max ammo rounds, so, like, once you use your monkeys, you're out of monkeys until insta-kill rounds. But Shinonuma, you have the Wonder Waff, so, like, if you're in a dangerous situation, you can react. And also, you get ammo every 4 to 5 rounds, because you have dog rounds. So in some sense, I think it will be a little easier. Hey, Matsuko. Yeah, Moon is a cool map. I like the astronaut as an enemy. I will argue it's definitely not the best designed, at least on Black Ops 1, where, like, they really didn't make a good way to deal with him, and I think that's a little bit poor design in some sense, but at the same time, the fact that trapping him is an option, the fact that glitching him is an option kind of makes it better. And also the fact that, like, at the highest level of play, you end up playing with him. You don't even glitch or trap him. Sort of makes the map very interesting because of how many ways there are to deal with the astronaut. BO3 definitely fixed that issue, don't get me wrong. It's not gonna fucking blow it up, is it? Oh, it did. Okay. I don't know why I didn't trust it. I haven't practiced the Shinonuma strategy enough to know, like, how easy or difficult it's going to end up being, but I don't think I'm gonna entirely hate it. One thing to mention is, like, one thing I've been thinking about that I haven't decided yet, how much restarting do I want to do to have double tap in the right hut? Solely because I'm making this video for the sake of a tutorial, and I don't actually care about pushing Shinonuma to, like, the highest round I can. I just want to make the tutorial. Do I really want to spend how many hours, like, restarting for double tap in the right place, restarting for everything I need out of the box? Or would I rather just patch it? Even though patches aren't allowed on BO1. They are allowed on BO3, which is why I was fine using it for, like, Zetsubo. Does BO2 reset at a certain number? BO2 has a reset time that's different on each map. On Buried, it can be, like, 130 hours, but 255 only takes, like, 90 hours, so you don't have to worry. If it, like, yeah, it doesn't matter for the sake of a tutorial, but if I make it clear, like, hey, this is not allowed for the leaderboards, but if you don't care about the leaderboards, like, it's an option, you know. I don't know. Because it's not allowed, I'm sort of more on the fence, as opposed to BO3, where it is allowed, where I'm like, it's allowed, I'm gonna use it. World at War Shinonuma, I probably will go to, like, round 1,000 instead of 100. I actually did see that, yes. I just saw that this morning. Because that basically means no BO2 world record is going to be broken on the ports, except maybe the survival maps, and I don't even know how viable that is. But any map that uses traps, so that includes Transit with the jet gun, that includes Die Rise, Mob of the Dead, Buried, all of those maps, you cannot beat the world record on the ports. Like, you can't even get close. Not that console ever really was going to compete with PC, per se, but like, at least Series X is almost as good as PC on, like, BO1 and BO1. Yeah, it's a port of the PC versions of the game, not the original console versions. That's the distinction. He's, like, he already latched on, so I might as well just let him destroy it and not use the War Machine. Isn't Shinonuma world record only possible for console? No, it is, the current record's on PC. I'm still really blaming Treyarch for, like, making this more difficult to regulate in terms of the competitive community. That the ports are not just direct ports. They're, like, on an earlier patch, but also have a bunch of PC issues that can't be fixed because it's not PC. Yeah, Plutonium made World at War's reset time equal what it is on console, so you can compete on PC. Hey, Bryce. This round is long. Rounds are getting longer. So this is a 10-minute round? Yeah, damn. We're gonna be doing fewer and fewer rounds per stream, which is... made you so brain dead. I'm glad. Listen, again, like I said, I think if I was playing this alone... Hey, Marwan Mohammed, how's it going? If I was playing this alone, it'd be more boring. Although it is, like, not shorter, not the shortest, but it is a shorter around 100 compared to a lot of BO1 and BO2. Thank you. But also, 255, I'm not even 10% of the way there. You missed the entire buried run? Oh, this is only the beginning. I got another 80-something hours to go. Ideally. Really big fan of your vids? I'm glad that you're here. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, the next video will be a buried tutorial, which I'm already starting to work on the script, and, like, the tutorial will be 2 round 100, but I'm playing this out for the sake of I want to play it out and see what round I can get to. But, yeah, I will acknowledge, like, yeah, some of these maps can be boring if you are alone. The best piece of advice is find some music, find a TV show or a movie that you like, maybe a really long series or something. Find friends to talk to. For me, like, being able to talk to chat makes this much more bearable. I like being able to, like, chill and interact with you guys and have fun and talk about whatever and not have to, like, be super focused on the game, if that makes sense. In the sense that, like, once I put this resonator down, like, I can just look at the chat and I can chill and I can talk to you guys. And I like being able to do that because there's certain high round strategies and certain maps where I have to be, like, locked the fuck in. Farouk, to a certain extent, was kind of that, where I was, like, anytime I looked at chat and wasn't paying attention, shit hit the fan. But this is one of those maps. I get to talk to you guys. I get to hang out. We get to do fun trivia, whatever, you know. Yeah, it really depends on the map. Like, certain maps, if you aren't paying attention, shit can hit the fan quick. Certain maps, like Buried, Revelations, even Tagged or Toten to a certain extent, like, it's chill. I just gotta keep an eye on the turbine. That's really it. Hell yeah. Drop some fun trivia for us, bro. Okay. Let's have a conversation because I'm pretty close to making another spite video. When I say spite video, a lot of my older videos I literally made out of spite, which means I got into an argument with somebody on the internet where, for example, somebody on the internet said, "Hey, the Death of Orion is the best BO4 wonder weapon." And I was like, are you fucking high? It, like, barely kills anything, and the capture beam's useless half the time, and it just sucks. Like, it's not completely useless, but it's awful. And then I made a whole video saying the Death of Orion sucks, and here's why. So I got into another debate, let's say, with people on the internet. And here's the debate, right? I'm going to tell you all a bit of factual information. And when I say factual information, I mean these are things that are true, right? This is how the game works. You can go into the game and check for yourself, right? On Black Ops 2, Carpenters do not spawn on the maps Mob of the Dead and Origins. There are no Carpenters on Mob of the Dead and on Origins. So why do I have like 5 people arguing with me in a comment section saying, "Oh, I was playing 2 days ago, you can definitely get Carpenters"? And I responded saying, "Oh, show me footage. The map has been out for 13 years, and if Carpenter is a core power-up, surely it should be very easy for anyone to show me any footage of it happening ever in the last 13 years. And I'm getting people telling me I'm wrong. Show me any footage of a Carpenter on Mob of the Dead. What happened with the guy that accused me of cheating because I turned off graphic content? I don't know. And I said, like, please, if it exists, I just want you to show me. You could load into a game right now and get a carpenter by round 3 if you open up enough windows. Well, there are enough barriers on Mob and Origins to, like, in theory, create carpenters. It was a developer choice to not have carpenters on the map. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm pretty sure it was something like Mob of the Dead and Origins are so big that, like, rebuilding every barrier on the map all at once, like, oh, those are gonna fucking fall out, aren't they? Never mind. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure it was like, if you rebuild every barrier on the map all at once, it causes issues. Oh, fuck.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
That's really far forward.
Right off your feet that time.
Gotta be careful.
Right off your feet that time.
Yeah, that's part of, like, what makes high rounds difficult. Is just, like, it's not just about playing a strategy well and, like, making sure that you're not dying. It's also just about the mental focus. If you have 4 barriers built, no carps will spawn. Well, what I'm saying is, on BO2, Mob of the Dead and Origins, not BO3, on BO2, there are no carpenters. It doesn't matter how many windows are open, there are no carpenters on the map. Do I have a mod that lets me pause my game? Yeah, it's called Pause Hard. You type that into the console, it'll open up a little window like this. My game is fully suspended, and I can hibernate my PC, and I will never run into any issues. I will survive a power outage, everything's safe. As soon as I'm ready to continue, I click OK, and I continue my game. Yeah, when World at War Shinonuma comes around, I think the goal will be like 10,000 as opposed to, or not 10,000, 1,000 as opposed to 100. Because 100 takes an hour.
Regnal Hunt was looking for this earlier. I wonder why.
But yeah, there are no carpenters on Mob of the Dead and on BO2 Origins. There are carpenters on BO3 Origins, but it was a developer choice. They just made it so carpenters do not spawn on those maps. You cannot find a carpenter on Mob of the Dead. It doesn't matter what you do. And if anyone would like to prove me wrong, please, the map's been out for 13 years. Go find any footage at any time in the last 13 years showing me any time anyone has ever gotten a carpenter on Mob of the Dead. I'll wait, right? I give Modern COD crap for camping spots. No, I give Modern COD crap for camping being the only viable way because you have infinite ammo. At least on this map, I still have to pay attention to the turbine and the resonator, and I have to, like, refill it, and it's not impossible for me to die. It's not an oversight. It was an intentional choice because because the maps are so large, if you build every barrier on the map at once, it, like, breaks the map. It just crashes because it can't handle it. I give Modern Zombies crap for having way too many get-out-of-jail-free cards. And also because every single map revolves around, like, spamming unlimited ammo, and then you just buy more ammo. Like, even on a map like Buried, shit can go wrong, and if I don't have monkeys, which you'll notice I only have 1 monkey, the only way for me to get them back is by trading through the box, or by having Leroy spawn me a max ammo, but there are no max ammos, so monkeys are a limited resource, specifically a limited resource that can save me, that I need to keep replenishing.
Don't get back up.
Origins has a handful of barriers. Not that many, actually. Because there's, like, the 4 in the spawn room. There's 1 by Generator 3. There's a couple inside of the bunker before No Man's Land. There's... like, a couple in the church, I think. There's not that many barriers. There's actually a lot of areas on Mob and Origins where they spawn out of windows, but the windows don't have barriers. Partially because there's too many barriers on the map. And, like, having all those barriers just crashes your game if you were to... How much better would transit be if it didn't have fog? It depends. Like, are they just getting rid of the fog visually, or are they, like, changing the map entirely? Like, do denizens still exist? Because the answer is, I don't know. It depends what's changed. Hey, Zeus, man. How's it going? Are carps on transit? They are on transit. Hermetrix was saying, here's a cursed fact. So, I don't know the specifics. I need to look into it. You're on Nuketown now? I saw you streaming Nuketown yesterday. I didn't get a chance to stop in, but I did see that you had gotten the 50 on transit, so that's awesome. Sorry. Okay, so there's a weird thing where the windows on the bus count as windows for carpenters, but only if the bus is stopped at an area where there's 4 windows on the bus plus more in that area. So, like, if you're at Diner and there's 4 bus windows broken and 1, like, window inside of the diner broken, then carpenters can spawn. But if you're at Farm and there's 4 bus windows broken and 1 window at Diner broken, that doesn't count. And so it's only 4 or something like that. I don't know the specifics. I just know that that's what he was describing, and he was like, it's weird. Does every game before BO4 cancel carpenters from spawning when not enough barriers are breached? Yes. Every map, every game. Besides BO4. BO4 it works differently. Where BO4... so carpenters technically do follow the rule of... like, if there's more than 4 barriers, they can spawn. But, as soon as you... on BO4, as soon as you build the shield enables carpenters permanently, regardless of how many windows are open. But also, amazingly, on Cold War, they went back to the original rules of you must have 4 barriers broken, otherwise carpenters won't spawn. Or more than 4 barriers. Fuck! Why? That's annoying. Oh well. Guess it doesn't matter. Is more windows open better for reset time? It doesn't affect reset time because the barriers are there. Like the barriers are either in the window or on the ground. They count towards the reset equally no matter where they are. Have I tried the Transit Reimagine mod? I haven't. What does it change? I don't hate the denizens, because it's one of those things that once you learn how to deal with them, they're actually not so bad. I kind of wish that there was less space between each of the locations, if that makes sense. It clears the fog? Does it get rid of denizens, or is it just still... What map do I want the least to make a guide on? Black Ops 1 Knocked. Oh, did my music run out? It did. Nintendo music that makes you get things done. Alright, actually, what do you guys want to listen to? Nintendo Summer Mix or Nintendo music that makes you get things done? What should we listen to? You guys choose. I can go either way. Summer Mix 2. Let's do the Summer Mix. This is nice. It gets rid of the denizens. That's interesting, although I kind of like the denizens as a mechanic. As much as controversial of a statement as that is, like, it does balance the map in a way, in the sense that it sort of encourages you to use other means of traveling besides running through the fog, which was the goal. Granted, I'm still gonna run through the fog a lot of times. Wish they had all the BO1 perks in the map besides Deadshot. Yeah, that is true. It is a big perk, or is a big map, and it only has 6 perks. That's not gonna destroy it, is it? Oh, it did. I gotta be more confident to myself. It definitely could have used more perks, I feel, especially considering, like, only 4... you know, the other caveat is on transit, only 4 perks are useful anyway. So, it's not the biggest deal, if that makes sense. Imagine not having Jug and the bus leaves you in dinner. There's ways to get around. You can always teleport. If you have a turbine, that is. Assuming the power isn't on. Okay, so here's another interesting quirk about transit. Everyone assumes on town it's easy to get 6 perks if you use Tombstone, right? And so everyone assumes that on transit you can do the same thing, except you really can't. Because when you respawn after dying, your Tombstone power-up goes away after 90 seconds. And 90 seconds pretty much isn't enough time to buy the 2 perks that you'd be missing and get your Tombstone. Unless the 2 perks are... No, that's not even enough time. There's a way to get 5 perks, because you could buy everything. You could buy 4 perks except for Jug and Stamina Up, and then die in the town, and then buy Jug and Stamina Up, and then pick up your Tombstone. But that only leaves you with 5 perks, and you don't have enough time to get Tombstone back. You can't get 6 perks, pretty much. I think maybe if you have, like, absolute perfect teleports, but I don't even know if that makes it possible. Maybe if you spawn in the power station, buy Tombstone, and, like, take the bus to town and then buy those 2 perks, you could do it. Maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. But it's, like, so unbelievably difficult that it just isn't worth. Yeah, Cold War Tombstone's just a worse version of Who's Who. Not a better version, a worse version. Yeah, this music's nice. Beautiful summer day. Get to spend it inside all day playing video games. Cold War Tombstone so it's like Who's Who. When you go down, it doesn't do it automatically. When you go down, you have the option of spawning into what they call the Tombstone Shadow, which is like you just spawn into a doppelganger and you can revive yourself. Except the problem is your doppelganger doesn't get your field upgrade or your score streaks or your self-revive. So if you go down in your doppelganger, you just the game just ends, even if you had Quick Revive or a Self Revive in your original body. And also, it can spawn you anywhere on the map. So, it's not even like it's gonna put you near your body in the first place, necessarily. If you go from diner to farm, you can make a left over at the wooden... Oh, I do know about that.
Probably best to just leave it here.
I think a lot of people discover that one by accident. Is this Sunshine Seaside? Yes, it is. Do you think it could be optimal in BO4 to not build the shield for better drops? A lot of people do that for at least, for like speed runs or for the earlier part of the game. You don't build the shield so that you don't get Carpenter, so that you get more insta-kills, and more full powers, which are better. I think a lot of people eventually build the shield if you're playing for, like, world record. You don't want to play the whole game without the shield, but you can usually go, like, 100 or more rounds without it. On a map like Tagged or Toten especially, you can go, like, 200 rounds without having to build the shield.
Right off your feet that time.
And a lot of players do that. A lot of players also, will avoid activating their specialist, because, activating your specialist causes full powers to start spawning. So if you avoid your specialist, you get no full powers and more max ammos. Or, you know, more better drops, I should say. Where do I rank BO4? BO4 is one of the better games for me.
I think Reg
In terms of, listen, this is a hot take, but in terms of, like, the gameplay feel, I put BO4 over BO3. But in terms of, like, the maps is where BO3 takes it. Granted, if you take out Chronicles, the ranking changes. If you take out Chronicles, BO3 goes even lower. That might not break it. Never mind. In BO4, the shield doesn't matter, really. It depends what strategy you're running. Some strategies where you're running around, it's really helpful to have the shield. Other strategies where you're camping, it doesn't matter as much. How do you take out Chronicles? Well, that's the whole thing. What if BO4 had its own Chronicles? Well, you know. That's the thing. This is a hot take, I know, but BO3's life cycle ended, and then there was no Chronicles, and then Infinite Warfare did poorly, and Activision was like, okay, we could do this whole let's release DLC for the previous game thing, which they had never done before, by the way. I think we should have all assumed we were never gonna get Zombies Chronicles by the time BO3's life cycle was over, because when have they ever released a DLC for the previous game during the next game's life cycle? Right? Never done that. Not just for zombies, like for anything, they've never done that.
probably best.
But I always say this, everyone, when I say everyone, I mean like the community consensus is that BO3 is the best game. And I do believe that a big part of the reason that BO3 is the best game is just because you have so many maps on one game, and you have so many of the best maps on one game. But if Chronicles didn't exist, nobody would be calling BO3 the best game. Good game, yes, but nobody would be calling BO3 the best game if Chronicles never released. And conversely, like, if we got BO2 Chronicles and not BO3 Chronicles, BO2 would be the best game. And if we didn't get either of them, BO1 would be the best game. They did DLC camos? Did they? What? Didn't they only do, like, the Ghosts camo? I thought they were done releasing it once Ghosts came out. Or was it after? Do you think they should have made remasters of BO1 and BO2 since the ports are so successful? I don't think they need to be remastered necessarily. Not in the same way they did like Modern Warfare remastered. I think they just need to do a game that goes back to the bare bones feel that Black Ops 1 and 2 had. You know? I have not done IW high rounds. Or, you know, I should say, like, I've been to round 50 on Spaceland, but that was on my 3rd attempt, and I've not played since then. Why? What I am saying, I'm not saying that, like, oh, BO3 should have been different or whatever. I am saying that the reason that people consider BO3 to be the best game is because all of the best features from BO3 came from BO1, which are the 7 BO, or rather the 8 BO1 maps that came back to BO3. Did I forget to place a trample seed at that spot? No, I just never put one there. A Zombies in Spaceland Easter egg video? I've never done that Easter egg. What should you cap your FPS at for Buried? I like to play on either 250 or 125. I think I have it set to 250 right now. Does it show? Oh, do I have it set to 60? I guess I have it set to 60. Yeah, I don't know. I like 250 or 125 are reasonable, but maybe 60 is also fine. How long on average does it take to get round 100? On this map, it's like 6.5 hours, give or take. Yeah, it's also, it's customs and chronicles is what carries BO3. Which is the truth. But like, my opinion is, in terms of, like, which game do I like the physics on the best? Which game do I like killing zombies on the best? It's BO1 or BO2 for me. And it's BO1, really. Like, I think that BO3's physics just feel worse than BO1's did. But it's saved by the existence of Chronicles and by the existence of custom maps. And actually, I like BO3's graphics. I think that BO3 definitely gave us some of the most visually, like, stunning maps in the series. Revelations, I just think, is a beautiful map. Oh, that was nice. Nice and clean there. I don't consider custom maps when I rank games. Because technically, like, yeah, World at War has custom maps, BO3 has custom maps, and mod tools. BO1 and BO2 have custom maps just without mod tools, so obviously they're less extensive. But I don't consider that to be, like, part of the content of the game. More just that Treyarch was willing to support that, I guess. Shoot. Any downs? One down so far. He's on round, like, 65 or something. Yeah, it's more just a, like, I wish we got Chronicles on BO2 instead of BO1, or I wish we got mod tools on BO1 instead of BO3. Because BO1 custom maps would have been phenomenal to play and would have created so much endless content. I will say, okay, here's a hot take, right? The best BO3 custom maps are amazing and really well done, but a vast majority of the custom maps on BO3 are either shit or just one-window maps. Like, why are there more one-window maps than any other concept? I feel like we were more creative in World at War. Imagine a two-window map, though. Revelations. I just feel like World at War custom maps were a little more creative. At least, like, any that people would post about. But every time I see people playing custom maps on BO3, it's always one window map or octagonal ascension. Which is like 46 maps. Just like, you're on some platform in the sky that you could fall off of, and the zombies are sprinting and you're trying to get to the top to get the viable ending. Even the original Cheese Cube was more creative. I haven't tried VR zombies yet. I don't own a VR headset or anything, so... Machina? Yeah, that having it available in the Steam Workshop is actually such an amazing quality of life that makes custom maps more accessible. And it kind of baffles me that like no other game got that. Rank the Modern Zombies. Cold War is like C tier and the rest are... BO6 is F tier, BO7 is D tier. Where's Vanguard round-based? Oh yeah, Vanguard. Vanguard's like B tier, actually. Just Shinonuma. How long do I think it'll take me to edit the high round tutorial for Buried? Well, I need to write the script still, which ideally I should have done by today, and then I record the voiceover, and then it is up to the editor. I'm gonna see how long the script ends up being, but the strategy's kind of simple that I think it's gonna be a shorter tutorial. Like, Zetsubo was a tutorial that had a lot of moving parts, because there's so much setup you have to do, and then there's the 2 variations of the high round strategy and all the extra stuff. Buried, once you start the high round strategy, it's just the same. Like, so Buried is going to be a much shorter video and probably will be out much sooner. Oh, that's not a hot take about the WAF. The BO1 WAF, I feel like, is the peak, like, satisfying WAF to use. Shit.
Told you I'd come back.
Where's that zombie going?
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
It would be more satisfying without BO1 glitch shots. Yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna. You know, obviously glitch shots are like one of the worst features that
I think Regnal Hut was looking for this earlier.
one can only wish that they had been patched out, but they just weren't. I don't necessarily think it makes BO1 as a whole worse. It's just one of those unfortunate things. You know? It's the same as, like, BO3 has the Widow's Wine error. If you get hit too many times with Widow's Wine, your game will crash. There's only so much that can be done. Please do BO3 Shang or BO3 Verrucht. I've never been to round 100 on either of those maps as of yet. Those are difficult ones for sure. Yeah, it doesn't make BO1 bad. It's just like, it's shitty, but glitches are glitches. There's only so much you can do. It's a 15-year-old game. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, and I'm trapped behind him. Well.
Don't get back up.
There we go. I have a monkey. Yeah, it's true. I don't want to waste the monkey on that. I want to use the monkey on a near-death experience. Not on saving one resonator, because it's not going to matter. Right.
Banging. Sure, powerful. You expect me to go perch on a mountain?
You guys like that? That was clean. Easily the worst zombies game. Oh, Advanced Warfare? I'm dreading that one as well, don't worry. Generally, it doesn't matter what weapon I pick up out of the box. I just want to have a box weapon, because it blocks that weapon from appearing, so the War Machine's slightly more likely. This is close-ish to the end of the round, I think. What would you say is a boring / bad map to play normally, but a fun high-rounding map? Is Transit a correct answer to that? Because I had fun high-rounding the map.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
If I get lucky, we forget it exists and it never gets voted. I don't see it winning anytime soon. I did see the guy who's porting the Chronicles maps to Pluto. I look forward to playing that. Yeah, I don't think Transit's a very good map, but I did have fun high-rounding it when I did.
Feeling the boom?
Oh, wait, I gotta hit the box. Yes, I have noticed that, Squirrel. we were making jokes about that. Time bombs. I don't think I want it yet. I want to use it when I have 0 monkeys. How scared am I of doing Bus Depot? I'm not scared of Bus Depot. Do I know at which round PhD dive plus holding Claymore still a one-shot? I believe it stops being a one-shot at some point in the mid-30s. I don't know the exact round. Well, what's interesting, the, like, rings effect that's coming out, the white, like, blowing air that comes out of the resonator, that effect is reused from the Thunder Gun. Only BO2, because you have to be holding a Claymore out. If you're not holding a Claymore, it stops being a one-shot in the mid-20s on both BO1 and BO2. Actually, well, more specifically, on BO1, it stops being a one-shot in the mid-20s always. Holding a Claymore doesn't affect it. On BO2, holding a Claymore does affect it. If you're not holding a Claymore, it stops one-shotting in the 20s. If you are, it stops in the mid to early 30s. Early to mid-30s. Crashed round 36. Were you playing on the port by chance? I've been hearing a lot of people crashing really early on the ports. Especially on Buried. Holding the trample steam I don't think affects the damage. Yeah, this is the scavenger sound. The upgraded scavenger, really. Crash on Origins around 34. Is Buried 100 worth? That's up to you to decide if you think it's worth going for. Does holding Claymores have any other use besides PhD? Yeah, with the staves. It has some quirky effects. That I explained in my Origins video. War Machine? Nope.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Feeling the boom?
Yeah, I think that, like, in a lot of ways, BO2 definitely has the most variety in, like, all the fun things you can do. The survival maps are the perfect, just hop in, very simple experience, play, have fun, don't have to worry about anything, don't have to worry about knowing anything. Then you get some, you get Transit and Die Rise, which are very unique on their own. Buried is a very fun, like, sandbox style mode, if we can call it that. In the sense that, like, everyone likes to get all the points in the bank, get set up on round 1, do all that crap. And then Mama the Dead and Origins are your true, like, these are what made BO3 maps good, the quest-style maps, where there's a lot of knowledge and it rewards players for really digging in and putting the time in. Where does Infinite Warfare sit on my list? I've only played it 3 times total, so I can't really give it a fair ranking. Yeah, holding out a Claymore gives you 100% speed, but not 110% speed, which some other weapons give you. Like the Chicom, the Ballistic Knife, the MP5. Those are 110% speed. Claymore's 100% speed. Am I going for 255? I'm going for as high of a round as I can get. Whatever round that is. Buried became too easy due to how many exploits and features? Like what? This is definitely an easy map, but I do think it's sort of balanced in a way that's interesting. I like destroying the turbine like this. They better destroy it. Die Rise is your favorite high rounding map? Die Rise is my favorite map on BO2, but my favorite map overall is Moon, BO1. Should you try to get more quick revives on Die Rise from the Novas? Yeah, always. From the Jumping Jacks? Yeah, you should always try to have 6 perks. When you can. The game mode is very tower defense-like. It was originally designed with tower defense in mind. Like, what they had in mind for Nocturne Toten was they expected that players would, like, try to keep the zombies out as long as possible. That was the basis for the design of the mode. With some in the tree. I get that. If people are gonna do the tree glitch, it's like, nah. But also, remember that the tree glitch can only get you so far. The paralyzer alone cannot bring you past round 70. Is Pause Hotter in World at War? I believe yes, on Plutonium. Yeah, that's true. Assuming this doesn't give you XP, you wouldn't get a lot of XP playing Buried. Trample Steam does not affect the damage of PhD. Because you don't shoot the Trample Steam and have it do damage, you know? You place it down and it kills, but you're not getting the kills. It doesn't boost your damage, it boosts... It just is. Also, like, no other weapon besides... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to grab a resonator early there. Doesn't matter.
I'm just gonna leave this here for
now. Void, it did? I believe he crashed / something happened, and he did not hit 999. It was like round 994 or something ridiculous like that. Like, stupidly close. Or was it only 960? Might have been only 960. I thought it was in the 990s. It was 960, I guess. Is the turbine counter manual? No, that's automatic. I don't remember. I thought it was like a 994 or something. The tree glitch doesn't work right anymore on Xbox? What do you mean? Why wouldn't it work on Xbox Series X? How many resonators can you grab before reset? I don't know. I just know it won't be a concern. I will hit 255 before I reset. Why hitbox? Looking for the War Machine, because the War Machine allows me to more easily destroy the turbine. Do I think this is the most chill Zombies high round strat? It's up there for sure, probably top 5. I would say Revelations is also probably a little more chill than this. Doris Decaf. Oh, they're gonna latch onto that turbine, aren't they? Yup. Fuck! God damn it. Placed it too close to the center of the room. Oh well. Someone almost reached round 255 with no perks? Almost? That hasn't happened? I know that somebody hit 255 no power.
Probably best to just leave this here for now. Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Where are you going? How long does 150 on Rev take with Megas? Like 12 hours, not even. So Rev is really quick. Squirrel, I was testing that theory a little bit in a previous stream with my friend Wonderful. Turns out, playing with your eyes closed from round 1 is quite difficult. But once you get set up, it's chill. Go for 255, especially if you play with Megas. The one thing to note about Rev 255 is as long as you are, like, using your Megas every time you're running out of ammo, you never hit a point where you should run out of Apothicon Servant ammo. Like, you make it to 255 before you even have to use your Thunder Gun for anything other than the Margwas and Panzers. No megas is a little bit slightly more challenging, but it's not too bad. The War Machine was never the worst gun in the game. I was saying, the War Machine actually has a really good use on 3 maps on Black Ops 2. And that's more than you could say about most other weapons in the box. Like, the hammer isn't even useful past round 30 on any map. The War Machine is. Which arguably makes it one of the better weapons in the game. Hey, Hamaz, I'm doing well. How are you? The God Mask is overpowered until you hit round 159, and then it breaks everything. The third is, well, technically on transit it would be good, but it's not worth it to get the War Machine when you could use Mustang and Sally's the M16 instead. But the third map is Town. For Town, you use it for insta-kills, because there's a 3-spawn spot, so you can, like, absolutely spam and get the maximum number of kills, which saves you hours in your run. Which Black Ops 3 mask would I want a replica of IRL? The God Mask would be pretty sick. Oh, shit. I hope they didn't latch on to that. We're good. How does the God Mask break on 159? If you're wearing the God Mask, every single enemy cannot be... starting on round 159, every single enemy cannot be killed by anything except for the Apothicon Servant. Deadwire doesn't kill them. Thundergun doesn't kill them. So, like, you have to get rid of the mask, otherwise you're almost soft-locked. I would love Al's hat. If I can get Al's hat, that'd be cool. Yeah, so you do 33% more damage to the zombies, but the problem is anything that does infinite damage, it overflows and does negative damage. Or something like that. So, like, everything breaks. How long did it take to get to round 100? It took me just under 7 hours. But it should average like 6.5 to 7 hours. I would do videos on World at War, Shinonuma, and Noct is a lot less simple than you're making it out to be. Because Noct is kind of a... World at War Noct is just very janky. So picking up... Yeah, like, any of the other helmets are better than the God Mask. When I did my Rev 255, I just ran, like, the Fury Mask, which gives you the +1 hit, the purple jug, and that's it. me.
Don't get back up.
Keep doing that.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Feeling the boom?
Would I do a town run? Not to go for around 102, no. I would do like around 70 probably.
I think Regnal Hut was looking for this earlier. I wonder why.
Why not tree method? How would I kill the zombies in the tree?
Boom.
Paralyzer? Paralyzer doesn't kill zombies on this round. Paralyzer stops killing on round 70.
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Not to mention, I'm just under 8 hours into my game right now. If I were using the Paralyzer, it would look more like 30 hours and I'd be on the same round.
Right off your feet that time.
What's the goal now since I got round 100? The highest round that I can get to is the goal. Tree method is cheese. It's cheese, but it's also just objectively worse. I wasn't paying attention to this turbine. Like, it's not even a... It's not just... It's not only just cheese, it's just not a good strategy. It's stupidly slow. I put the turbine up here solely because it makes it a little bit easier to destroy if you don't have grenades. And I'll show you how. I don't have grenades right now, so what I do is I just have the zombies destroy it for me like this. What's the highest round I've achieved personally on this map or any map? Am I gay? No, I wish. In general, my highest round is round 935 on Mauer, but some people don't count that because, like, Modern Zombies just has fewer zombies, so my highest round besides that is round 410 on Tagged or Toten. Why I wish to be gay instead of bisexual? I'm using gay as a sort of all-encompassing term to include LGBTQ. Maybe that's not proper of me, but I can't be lesbian, unfortunately. And I don't wish I was trans. When I do World at War Shinonuma, I'm probably gonna go for around 1,000 instead of 100. Yeah, that's true. It's not a choice. It just happens. Because if it were a choice, I would have chosen it. Not trans, gay. But, unfortunately, no, I cannot make myself attracted to men, as hard as I try.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Chicks have buttholes, too. That's crazy.
Reliable, and I like shit that don't break easily. God, these freaks aren't screwing around. Feeling the boom?
shit. Oh, hey, that's a war machine. That's not a war machine. Ignore me.
It's a turbine. Let's go in now. I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
Is BO3 a good game to high round? Yeah, I would say so. Depends a little on the map, but there's a lot of good, interesting strategies on BO3. Shadows of Evil's great. Zetsubo I actually had a lot of fun with when I did it recently.
Feeling the boom?
In my tag 410, I mainly ran the one window strategy. So you just sit in the power room on the ship, and they only spawn from the one window. And I was using the Trebuchet and the Helion Salvo. And my game was like 95 hours. In-game. I have not done a BO3 Kino tutorial yet. That would be a fun one to cover. Possibly another one that I would try to, like, play out, not just stop at 100.
Probably best to just leave this here for now. Got knocked right off his feet that time.
Does he know what girls like? Probably not. Notice how his first message when he came in was, "Are you gay?" Like that would matter for anything. What's the hardest BO1 map to reach round 50 solo? Probably Knocked, honestly. I'm still waiting for the first BO4 map to be chosen for the series. That would be great. Would I kiss Wonderful with a $100 donation? If he consented to it. Listen, I'm not gay, but $100. $100. Easiest game to high round? Black Ops 7. CWR does not allow the Electric Knife Alpha Omega. For some stupid reason. Yeah, Void, you could do with him what you'd like. Are there other reasons I don't like CWR? There's many reasons. Poor ownership, poor rules, decision making. Also, the owner of the site itself is not only a convicted cheater, but also just openly racist, sexist, like has harassed multiple members of the community. I have a video of him saying the N-word, hard R. Also, just shitty rules and shitty, like, decision-making across most of the categories. Poorly ran site. There's been, like, 6 new sites that people have been working on. It never catches on. Alright, just get rid of him. I'm tired of reading his messages. Please begin with an ether map. Scrio, or Scrio. Scrio, thanks for the sub. I will see what the people choose. 9 would be a really... Oh, why didn't I hit the box? 9 would be really fun to cover. I would love to do Ancient Evil. To be fair, I'm actually just... Like, when I do Ancient Evil, I'm just gonna be following Jake's tutorial. What round am I going for? The highest round I can. That the only goal is get to as high of a round as I can and have fun doing so. That is all I want to do this game. All I'm saying is I'll be exceptionally happy if the round number starts in a 2 and has at least a couple 5s in there. But I don't want to get my hopes up. My PB is only 119, so I don't want to, like, talk myself up and die on 125. You know? Nothing's gayer than homophobia. True! I mean, Donald Trump is pretty gay. All he does is talk about how sexy men are. Did you, like, it was like a month ago, he was like doing some speech or whatever in front of, and there was like some dude who was in the military sitting next to him, and he was like, look how handsome this guy is, he's so muscular, like, I was like, what the fuck are you saying? When I did Ancient Evil, I went into the boss fight and just shot Pegasus down over and over without actually damaging him since it flips the round. That is the fastest strategy. However, it will crash your game if you do it too many times. Somebody did that and they crashed in like the early 300s. We thought that that was the way to get to round 935, but turns out it crashes your game. Doesn't subsurface error before 255? It does not, actually. It used to be believed to cause errors, but we actually figured out the cause of the errors, which is, once you place down any buildable, as soon as you place down a turbine or resonator, you cannot pick it up again. It must be destroyed to get a new one. You cannot pick it up and place it somewhere else. That's what causes the crashes. The way that people used to run the strategy is when their turbine was about to break, they would pick it up and place it in front of the zombies, but you can't do that. You have to let the zombies break it. Like this. Will I do them on normal or hardcore? I will abide by whatever is specified in the comment that votes for the map. If it is not specified, I'm gonna default to normal difficulty, and if they say hardcore, I'm gonna do hardcore. So if you wanna see specifically a hardcore guide, comment hardcore in the comment. And hopefully it wins. Trying to make high round guides can really be a pain in the ass. I don't find it to be so. I will say, I have been having more fun playing this mode by going through all of the different zombies maps and like learning them slowly and conquering them in different ways than I ever did just sticking to one map or sticking to a couple maps. Like I feel like this is how the mode was meant to be enjoyed, is like you're meant to kind of push yourself on every map and try to learn how to enjoy them for all the different things they offer. And sure, not every map is as fun as other maps, but I think it's just more rewarding that way to really spread yourself out and really push yourself on everything. Why this strat instead of Saloon? Because this one's faster and easier. And it doesn't actually crash your game. Can I get to round 50 no hands? How does that work? Feet only? How would I even use the triggers with my feet?
Probably best to just
Playing without Jug on that map is easier than one would think. Because training by Jug is a pretty open area, and you go through the rounds quickly by utilizing your insta kills well.
right off your feet that time. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
You're making a guide for every single map in one video? Every map in one video? That guide is gonna be like a day long.
Anyone see what's happening here?
That's a war machine.
These things will take your darn face off if you ain't careful. Screw it. I like living on the edge. I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
And for those of you that have been waiting to see why I've been hitting the box for so long, when I destroy this next turbine, you'll see exactly why the war machine's helpful. You got World at War covered in 11 minutes? 11 minutes for every World at War map? I feel like you're missing a lot of crucial information, man. Like, unless you're just saying, like, oh, this is what you do on the high rounds. But part of what I've been trying to do with my tutorials is talk about, like, hey, not just, oh, when you get to this round, this is what you do. I have to talk about everything up to that point. Have there been any maps over the Round 100 series that you've grown to like significantly more after achieving the goal? Yes. The two examples that come to mind immediately are Zetsubo and Transit. Transit, I always said was one of the worst maps in Zombies, and I always thought, oh, this is gonna be awful. And then I got to Round 100 on Transit, and I was like, that was fun. And I want to, like, play it again and try to go for a higher round. Zetsubo, exact same thing. I was dreading Zetsubo, going, oh, this is going to be a mess. The new high round strategy that I showed in the video was so fun. When I play Moon, PS4, the Astronaut respawn 5 rounds. What? What do you mean? I don't know. Yeah, Zetsubo and Transit both just have bad setups, but once you start the high round strategy, it's fun. Will I start doing challenges once I've finished all the maps? Certain challenges, yes. Like, I'm not opposed to doing first rooms. Doesn't require to pack it, right? Pack what? But also, there's a few ways I can go. I could do first rooms, I could do no power. On BO4, I could do normal and hardcore difficulty. I could do classics and megas on BO3. I could even go for... Oh, yeah, you don't pack a punch the War Machine, yeah. You can't pack a punch the War Machine. I have to cover the non-Triarchs, of course. But also, the other thing that I could do is once I finish every single map, assuming I get that far, is I can go back and then do advanced tutorials. So not every map would end up getting one of these, because some maps, the strategy I taught you is the best strategy. But like, on the map 5, I taught the 2.0 strategy, which is the simplest, but it's not the world record strategy. And what I would do is I would go back and explain 5.5 and explain sort of the nuance of how the world record holders play it. I can go back and play Transit a lot faster. I could go back and I'm trying to think of other, like Varrooked, I could run Dat Strat, things like that. So there's always going to be like topics for me to cover. Oh, it did the thing. It destroyed itself without any... BO6 map, it would not be interesting, unfortunately. How long is each round taking? Right now, they're like 11 minutes, give or take. Did I ever read the Spawn comics? What are the Spawn comics? Infinite Warfare I'm looking forward to. World War II and Advanced Warfare, not so much. But I will do it. It would be interesting to see me play BO6. I quit after the Tomb. Once the Tomb came out, I was like, God, every map on this game's gonna suck, isn't it? The answer is yes. Yeah, I know about that on the World at War version. Who are my favorite high round players? Wonderful, of course. The true buried king who doesn't even have a 255 on the map he's held the world record on 4 times. I don't know. It depends on the map and the game. There's a lot of players that I think are really great at what they do. Wonderful is struggling on Shadows. He's running the Waterfront, which is more interesting for sure, but he also died on round 101 last time. It's a more difficult strategy. Oh, and of course Jake, the zombie guru. I admire Wilda because Wilda's dedication to just pushing Tagged or Toten to its extreme right now, it fascinates me because I will never have that much dedication to any map, not even the maps that I've held world records on. Oh, shit. I didn't realize you were that close. Five and 5, that's true. Some of the OG players, 5 and 5, Dabrowski. Those guys are legends. Pishizor. Anyone remember Pishizor? That's a real throwback name that probably most of you don't know. Frenzy. Oh, Frenzy. NATO Master. In terms of Dead Ops, Rambo on Dead Ops, man. Pishizor's videos were my favorite back in the day. VSAT is a name I have not heard in a while. I remember the first time I discovered his stream. I loved Peachy's Horse videos. Activision calls you and makes you the lead director of COD. How do I make my perfect zombies experience? We're starting from the ground up, first of all. Like, get rid of... Gobblegums are gone, score streaks are gone, augments are gone, field upgrades are switched back into specialist weapons, and specialist weapons work like they do on Black Ops 3, where you earn them and they are map-specific. AATs are gone. Health caps of the zombies are gone. The zombies are slower than the player once again. Round cap gone. Number of zombies per round. Okay, here's a hot take. I think we keep the modern zombies numbers of zombies only from round 1 to 100. On round 100, you are offered your one and only opportunity to either exfil for rewards or keep playing into endless mode. You cannot exfil after that. And then once you start endless mode, all of a sudden the number of zombies per round ramps up a lot and it reverts back to what it is on the older games. Because I think that would make round 100 more accessible to more players, and it would make it like a reasonable goal that like, hey, you want to reach this. But it sort of encourages people, hey, try out endless mode, shit gets harder. Would I reduce the price of Deadshot down to 1,000? It's not my top priority, I'd say. Of course, makes sense. Oh, okay, they latched on anyway, great. Oh, hey, Jake. Nerf Casimir's. No crafting table, period. Also, no salvage, no salvage, no crafting table. Everything's obtainable through the box. How would I direct the Easter egg? I don't care about the Easter eggs. They can do whatever they want. Make the games actually difficult again. Is the straight up. Also, no out-of-game progression, meaning I don't want to have to grind in-game to unlock field up, or to unlock fucking augments for everything. Oh yeah, fix zombie damage, like just like it was on Black Ops 1 and 2. And 3. Do you want to get instas on BO2 Chronicles when it's done? Kinda, yeah. On Moon, especially. What was I saying? You should be able to hop in and just play without having to earn anything out of the game. You should be able to load into the game on day one and have access to all the tools that you will need. I'm fine with, like, BO3's level progression system. I think that's fine. Of, like, you know, you rank up by killing and you prestige and whatever, but nothing you earn out of game. No liquid divinium or whatever, Nebulium plasma for gobblegums and shit. Attachments on weapons, I'm fine with. Like, earning attachments by using the same weapons, I'm fine with. Camo grinding, I'm fine with. But no, like, nothing that you unlock strictly by leveling up. By, like, playing. Also, no create a class. Like, everyone spawns in with a pistol, and that's it. Bring back maps having their own special grenades. Like, some maps will have monkeys or Gershes or whatever. Bring back maps having their own special list weapons and not the same ones on every map that you choose. Bring back every map having unique perks to that map and no Wonder Fizz machine where you can buy all the perks, including perks that aren't on the map. Or, you know, like certain maps will have a Wonder Fizz machine, but don't add new perks to old maps. Also, make Wonder Fizz work like it did in its original appearance on Origins. You want to get BO2 just for that? Luckily, you don't have to pay for BO2 if that's any incentive. What map has the most fitting specialist? I would say either Shadows or Zetsubo. Both of those feel really well accustomed to the maps that they're on, of course. Wait, did he just break it? He did. Oh my god. Goron Crovy Specialist, yeah, it does make sense for that map, I agree. The skull is really fun to use, the sword is really fun to use. I will say, I'm a little surprised that they didn't make more of the specialists have upgrade quests like the sword does. It's weird to me that the sword is the only one that has an upgrade quest. Every map has its own boss enemies, we avoid reusing them. Unless it's thematically relevant. Dude, I was telling Wonder, I'm like, if I 255 berry before he does, I don't even know. There's something wrong. Would the Viper and Dragon work as a Wonder Weapon? It would work as a specialist weapon. But again, it would be like map exclusive, you earn it in the map, or you get it from the box. Revelation should have had the sword specialist again. Revelation should have had the skull, I think. But yeah, the sword would have been cool. Arguably cooler than the Ragnaroks, which are just kind of, yeah, it's fine. This is close to the end of the round, I think. Rev should have had 2 drops around. I don't know why that's a thing on Shadows. I never understood that. What round am I going to? The highest round that I can, whatever round that ends up being. To be determined, I guess. Yeah, this is the end of the round. What Wonder Weapon do I think should have been a specialist weapon? I don't know. I do think that the Chronicles maps should have had more variety in their special weapons. On a scale from 1 to 10, how much fun are you having with the gameplay right now? I'd say like an 8. If 10 is like the most fun, 8 out of 10. Again, part of it has to do with like, I like chill strategies. I like strategies where I get to just kind of hang out and talk to chat. But this strategy also does keep me on my toes. Because like when the turbine starts to cut out, you gotta be paying attention. Glad that you're enjoying it. You're enjoying it, Poison Man.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
On BO7, you can get more than 4 per round, really? Rise is also fun. It's fun because I think Die Rise is so interesting because getting to round 100 is easy and getting past round 100 is one of the most difficult strategies in the whole series. And that makes it really fascinating. Yeah, I was hearing, like, I don't even know if there is a drop cycle on BO7. I think you just get whatever. How do I feel about PlayStation killing off discs? I'm not a fan. BO6 has a drop cycle, right? Or does it not? I don't actually know. I know that Cold War has a normal drop cycle. What round am I going for? As high as I can get. That's the only goal. Yeah, drops on BO6 don't matter. It's weird. I honestly believe the game fell off as soon as we hit a point where max ammo is no longer important at all. Well, you can buy COD on Steam to share with other people, but then still play on Plutonium, which is what you should be doing. That's the only safe way.
Shatter their will.
Cardi Italy, thanks for the sub.
It's a turbine, like the ones in the town. Banged into something.
Yeah, again, it's like the conversation that we've been having about like how the newer games just have poor design because there's no longer any sense of resource management. You get Casimir's though? Yeah, but you could just buy Casimir's if you don't get a max ammo. And to be fair, to a certain extent, BO3 also has this problem in a lot of ways, in the sense that ammo doesn't matter as much when you use AATs, but it still does kind of matter, because it refills your, monkeys, it refills, like, other equipment that you can't buy off the wall. It refills your wonder weapons on the maps where that's important. Also, doesn't the fucking Vulturade augment also give you way more, Casimirs and shit? Or did they balance that? I feel like they didn't balance that, did they? Still blasting the eardrums? What do you mean? Just lower the volume on your device? Or are you talking about the resonator? Megas in BO3, though, were a massive step in the wrong direction. They were absolutely game-ruining. The Resonator... I see. Yeah, Megas on Black Ops 3 were easily the worst feature ever introduced. And it was the beginning of the end. Oh, I love this song. What is this from? This is one of the Wii games. Training menu, Wii Fit. Oh, yes. I remember this. Part of the reason why Easter eggs got easier is because the player became more overpowered. I think most Gobblegums aren't really a significant problem to the meta. A lot of them, yeah. There's a handful of Mega Gums that would work as classics, and do work as classics on Black Ops 4. But you can't add Round Robin and Power Vacuum to the game and just completely ruin any sense of balance. I still think even the ones that are allowed on ZWR, like, just having access to raindrops and shopping free and, like, it just is a different game on most maps. Certain maps it matters less, like Gorod, where all it does is save you from having to run to buy ammo or get a perk back or whatever, but like on any map where you're using the Wonder Weapon, just having that much access to ammo is kind of broken. It would be less broken if there wasn't a round cap. If there wasn't a round cap, it would still be perfectly balanced. Because then the records would still be competitive, even with those buffs. Cooper's my dog. One of my dogs. You guys haven't met my other dog. Origin started this arms race with the player and enemies getting stronger and stronger. I disagree. I think it was... It was Black Ops 3. It wasn't Origins. Because the stabs are balanced. They're balanced by the fact that the map has no traps, so you're relying on your staff ammo, and then when that runs out, Origins actually becomes kind of a difficult map with very few ways to keep progressing. Granted, there's a new way that we just discovered only in the last couple years, but that's also sort of what makes the older games more interesting, is that over time we've developed new ways. But there is no new discovery that's going to lead to higher rounds on Black Ops 3. There is no higher round on Black Ops 3. Would I remove all round limits? I would remove the hard-coded, like, 255 cap. I would not remove resets and crashes. Just because reset, I think, contrary to popular belief, reset is, like, one of the best features. If there was no reset and there was no crashes and the game ran perfectly, the world record on any Black Ops 1 map would be someone who started their game in 2010 and didn't stop. And they just play every day, and they've been doing that for 16 years, and the record is 45,000 or whatever. And it would just make it, like, very difficult to be competitive. It's a controversial take, I know, because, like, obviously you don't want the game to be designed with some sort of time limit, but having a time limit that is out of the developer's control, let's say, actually makes it interesting, because every map is about playing fast and playing well and doing everything you can to extend that time limit. I really don't think it would be that bad if it was like, okay, every modern map, you have 100 hours, and there's, like, ways to lower that, or rather, ways to raise that within the game. Specific things. That itself has a limit, but, like, every X amount of rounds you survive, you gain back an hour or something, and so eventually the amount of rounds would be longer than the amount of time you gain back or something. So, I don't know, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but... Save and quit, remove, reset, but arbitrary round caps that are so low that people are hitting them in the first 2 weeks after a map comes out is not good design. Yeah, 50 hours would be reasonable. I like what the remix mod does. They could even incorporate that into the story in some way. Where it's like, let's say as you are loading into the map, you get some comm from Weaver or whatever, and Weaver's like, you got 72 hours to get in and out, and we gotta do it, like, and that's your time limit for that map. Because otherwise, if you survive too long, they start to overwhelm you or something. They could bake it into the canon in some way that doesn't affect casual players, but does affect high-round players. Like, oh, the entire map is covered in gas, and you can survive in it for a few days, but any longer than that, and you're gonna die to radiation poisoning. And so you have a 72-hour time limit in the map, like, coded in. And, like, most normal players wouldn't even hit that, but high round players would actually be grinding to try to get to the highest round and under the time limit. And that would be one of the coolest things. Rogue Run kind of did that. What did Rogue Run do? I never fully understood the point of the mode. Because it just seems like normal zombies, but you just, like, get your survival tools in a random order. What's the reset time on this map? It's like 130 hours, but it doesn't matter on this map because I'll hit 255 first. Hey, Bobbing Ben, how's it going? When am I gonna get the bathroom world record run? What round am I going for? Just as high as I can. No specific goal, but if the round starts with a 2 and has at least a couple 5s in it, I'd be pretty happy. How many hours is 255? It'll be like 90, give or take. Is the stream tweaking? Is it tweaking? Stream good? Huh? What's going on? Everything okay? It was stuttering? Is it good now? Fine now? Okay. Let me know let me know if it breaks again. Oh, by the way, slightly unrelated, thank you for 16,000. Channel's been growing a lot. I'm really happy about that. Appreciate all the support. So I just hit 15,000 like not even 2 weeks ago, so slowly but surely. Or I guess quicker now. Yeah, Yesterday you mentioned the boy client for BO3, which is supposed to be better than T7 patch. How do I know which website / GitHub is the correct one? It should be boy community. So, let's see. Just type in boy community into Google. Click this first one. Created by, like this one. I believe there's a download link also linked on the ZWR rules page. And also in my Discord server under BO3 tools, under competitive plugin or whatever. Community patch. And also in my Zetsubo video. If you look at the description of the Zetsubo video, I link the boy client. You've been recommending me anytime you can. I appreciate that. I always say it, and I'll say it again. The only way that I will ever ask for you to support the channel, you do not need to give me money. You do not need to do like any of that. If you like the videos and you want to support the channel, share the videos with your friends. That is the only thing I can ask for. That provides more for the channel than any amount of donating would. And, you know, hopefully more people will get into playing some high rounds, you know? It's always the goal. Favorite sound effects / music in a zombies map? It might be Mob of the Dead for me. Mob of the Dead's soundtrack is just supreme. But actually, Shadows of Evil, final answer. How many subs did I have when I started editing? When you started editing? Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that it was much less than currently. Cause your first video was that one moon video, right? It was, it was this video. 11 months ago, how many subscribers did I have is the question. I don't remember. It was definitely before 10,000. I know that. Like, I might not have even been at, like, 8,000 yet. But also, I'm up over 2,000 subscribers in the last 28 days, which is 1/8 of my channel. So, we gotta keep pushing the content. Keep pushing the videos. Because the growth is getting nice. Am I on PC? I am. The audio is back. Was the audio gone? ports have many people getting more attention. More of the attention they should have been getting. That's true. Yeah, the ports themselves made all of my BO1 and BO2 videos just shoot way up in views. Hey, Luna, how's it going? What round do you think someone can make it on a PS5 before it inevitably crashes with this strat? I don't know, because I haven't played the ports or did enough experimenting. You think the YouTube ads are messing with the stream? I'm doing well. According to Wayback. Sounds about right. Yeah, at least on BO2, you're soft capped at 159. Technically on BO1, it's like arguably better on certain maps. But BO2, you just cannot high round on the ports, unfortunately. Blame Treyarch, as always. So, because it's on an earlier patch, some of the maps have more reset time because they have fewer entities. Yeah, all the round 100s are unaffected, but, like, world records are sort of in this weird gray area where on BO2 you just can't beat any of them, pretty much. I don't know about the survival maps, but... or Origins, for that matter. I highly doubt Origins will be doing much better on the port than on PC. But Transit, Die Rise, Mob, and Buried, you cannot get close to the world record. You're capped at 159. What's my highest round? On this map or overall? What about for BO1? BO1, theoretically, it's better on the ports on some maps. On this map, my highest round is 119, so I would really like to beat that. Overall, my highest is 935 on Maured or Toten, but if you don't count Modern Zombies, which has fewer zombies per round, then my highest is 410 on Tagged or Toten. Why are you capped at 159? So, on BO2, on PC only, there's an issue where all of the traps and buildables stop killing zombies on round 159. Actually, let me pull up the clip so I can show you guys. I sent it earlier. This is, okay, we assumed that this would be a thing, but this is actually the first confirmation. This person is on 159. Look what happens when he turns on the trap on Mob of the Dead. Can I get higher quality? There we go. Look at this. Yeah, so this is an issue that affects specifically PC, but not console on BO2, where all traps, all buildables break starting on round 159. So you can't use the jet gun, you can't use the trample steam, you can't use the resonator, you can't use any of the traps on mob. Just basically hard caps you. On PC, we have developed a patch that fixes that. Because basically we are just leveling the playing field. We're making it the same as what it would be on console. Because on console, it doesn't have that issue. The ports are specifically ports of the PC version of the game, not the original console versions. And so the ports also have the issue where everything breaks on 159. And because you can't manually patch the ports like you can on the PC version of the game, if Treyarch doesn't fix it, it will never be fixed, and high rounds just can't really go past 159. At least not feasibly. I believe you can still kill with the Hell's Redeemer, but that's it. And like killing 6 zombies every 10 seconds is not very fast. What's the one door you want to keep closed on BO1? Knocked, the help door. For the normal high round strategy. Did I even break it? Yeah, I did. Okay. Can't stop running out of ammo on the early rounds? The early rounds are tricky. You're telling me there might be a way to add mods to the ports of the jailbroken PS5? Maybe. What's wrong with the ports? All traps and buildables do not kill past round 159 on the BO2 port. On PS4 and 5. So you have to use, like, Redeemer only, or on, you know, on Transit and Die Rise, you just... and Buried, you just can't kill anymore. It's just a hard cap. Yeah, the acid trap too doesn't work. I just showed the clip on stream like a minute ago, if you want to go back and look. No, none of the traps work. Nothing works. The BO1 port has separate issues, but nothing that, like, breaks like that. If anything, the BO1 port has things that make it easier to high round in a way that's a little unfair. Do I ever play any old World at War custom maps? I haven't in a very long time. Like, it's been at least a decade since I've played a World at War custom map. Actually, no, that's not true. I played the Dragon's Nest. That was on World at War. That's, like, the only one I've played recently, though. What's my verdict on backspeed patch on BO2? I think it should just be allowed. like in all categories. It's weird to me that first room players are like, oh, but it's harder. And I'm like, okay, then play on console then. How do the ports make it easier to high round on BO1? They're on an earlier patch, so certain maps actually have longer reset times because they have fewer entities. So you can get to higher rounds, presumably. Yeah, that was the one I played with Wonderful a while back. But also, and what we don't know at the moment is we don't know if there's any effect on how many box hits you get in a game. But, like, BO1 knocked, for example, on the ports, you could probably push the record quite a bit higher. There's also, I believe, different despawn mechanics on the ports that actually, like, contribute to kills. Yeah, we want to do more custom maps. There not only could there be Nova only rounds, apparently there are. At least one person posted a video saying they got a full round of only Novas on Kino and they don't know what caused it. And we don't know how to replicate it, but like certain glitches that don't exist on the current versions on any other platform exist on the ports. Well, that can happen to, like, on any version of Call of the Dead. The Scavenger doesn't give drops for the first 34 rounds, but, like, it can give drops on higher rounds from zombies that bleed out due to the Scavenger's explosion. I don't know, because also the weird question is, like, how much are Treyarch gonna update the ports? Are they gonna fix things? Are they gonna make it equal to the latest patch? Because then it becomes an issue of, like, the ports are just straight up a different version of the game, and at that point you have to allow back patching on other versions, or down patching. I don't know why they made the Scavenger not give power-ups. I think that was just kind of a rule for Black Ops 1 that all the Wonder Weapons don't give power-ups. And then they sort of went back on that on BO2. And, like, here's the problem is, like, certain things that affect a majority of the community are gonna have to be addressed, right? Like the hacker situation or whatever. The baby gun gives drops because the baby gun itself isn't doing the killing. The baby gun just turns the zombies into babies, and then you kill them with something else. They could have, in theory, made it so that the babies don't drop power-ups, but I feel like that wouldn't make much sense. But it's like, how many people are going to get to round 159 on BO2 and be affected and make enough of a stink about it for Treyarch to fix it? How many people are getting to 159 in the first place is the real question. Not that many. Definitely not enough that Treyarch will do anything about it, unfortunately. Yeah, I heard about that with the snipers. That, like, certain weapons just weren't balanced the same way they should be. Time bombs again. tilted too far. Oops. Oh well. Is pre-patch Liquefier in the port? No, I believe this Liquefier is the current version. At least as far as I'm aware. I feel like we would have known by now. I feel like we would have seen someone keep camping past 100 using the Liquefier and be like, it's still killing in one shot. Like, we would have already found that. Who's bigger, Leroy or George? I think George is bigger. George also has his lamp, his light that, like, makes him look bigger. Yeah, Gearge and Gorg. He's friends with Arthur. Yeah, yeah. I have a whole video on that, Quad Knives. It's not truly the pre-patch Liquefier. It just reverts one of the changes, but arguably the least important one. It doesn't boost the damage or anything. Does bio skipping affect darkness on BO3? I don't know the answer to that, actually. Can't darkness fix itself if you, like, wait even longer? Or is it permanent? That's a war machine. Hey, I got Flopper back. I keep getting the war machine back really quickly. Like, my war machine average is super low. I've had that monkey for 30 plus now. I'm gonna hold on to him until I need him. And I haven't needed him yet, which is good because last time I played Buried, I kept running into the issue of I would, like, start up my stream for the first time in a couple days and then, like, instantly die. New teaser for the new map just dropped just now, like Rex and Furnace. Is it like a trailer or is it just like a 5-second teaser? Speaking of, we finished the music. Well, now we'll do this one. Buddy, you're a hacker? How so? Rex my anus. It's just a pic of a spider? Let's see. I'm assuming it's on here. Oh. Okay. That's it? Zombies confirmed on the new map. Are they gonna have a arachnophobia mode? Round 110? If you want to see the full gameplay of me going from round 1 up to this point, just check out my last 2 live streams. Or I guess my last 3, right? 2? I don't remember. Just go on my channel. I stream the whole thing. Alright, let's play Nintendo music that makes you get things done. When is Call of the Dead Round 100 guide happening? When it gets voted for. Hopefully that happens sooner rather than later. What about music that makes you poop? Oh yeah, hold on. Guys, you guys want to hear music that makes you poop? Oh yeah, they are adding Widow's Wine, aren't they? Pretty sure it's only been done by one person. Well, solo, it's been done one time legitimately is the word I'm going to use. But co-op, it's been done many times. I have been to round 100 3 times. Once on solo, twice on co-op. Anyway. We're getting a Winter's Wail augment. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Round 100 solo is possible. We just didn't know how until pretty recently. I think it'd be awesome if they remastered it. I think it would have been more awesome on BO3 than on BO7, if that's what you're suggesting. I am a little disappointed that we didn't get called it out on BO3 by Treyarch, solely because it would have been really cool if they brought back the actual progression of you have to do the Call of the Dead Easter egg, then the Shang Easter egg, then the Moon Easter egg. Instead of just, oh, you can just do the Moon Easter egg whenever, and you don't need the others. Might write an essay on it. I'm not talking about an infinite damage. Oh, shit. I was reading chat and not looking at my screen moment. That's when shit can go wrong on this map. As soon as you let your attention lapse. You had drops off on Strat Tester? I was gonna say that earlier, but I figured that wasn't what you meant. Because if you weren't getting any drops at all, that should have been an immediate red flag, right? Are COD Mobile high rounds a thing? Probably, but I don't know who holds the record. And before anyone says it, no, the record is not 250,000. The Wonderwaff reward for the Call of the Dead Easter egg isn't permanent on PS5? Really? Even if you do the co-op Easter egg? I think Call of the Dead will be a Pluto Chronicle map, I believe. World record on leaderboard is like 66. Well, it's definitely higher than that. Well, are you talking about, like, COD Black Ops on the phone? Or are you talking about COD Mobile, like, the game COD Mobile? The record is not 250,000, no. That was cheated. That wasn't real, I should say. It wasn't cheated, it was just not real. Oh, COD Mobile, I don't know anything about. I'm talking about, like, COD Black Ops Zombies and COD World at War Zombies, the two mobile games from way back when. Really low high round because of the timer? There's a time limit? You've even done the co-op Easter egg and it doesn't stay? That's crazy, actually.
Don't get back up.
I see. So, if anything, similar concept to what I was talking about before. There we go. Do I think Mob of the Dead could get a 255? I don't think Mob ever will. Transit, yes, but I think Transit and Buried will end up being the only ones on BO2. Die Rise if there's some major discovery, but I doubt it. Oh, fuck me. Why are they breaking my turbine? But I'm saying... What's the reason again? Because the reset time on Mob of the Dead is really low. Or, not really low, it's just the strategy's so slow that you're gonna reset before you hit 255. You need to find a way faster strategy, and right now it just doesn't exist. Because there's only 2 things that can kill zombies on that high of a rep, or 3 things, which is the Hell's Redeemer, and the Acid Trap, and the Fan Trap. And Fan Trap is already not very viable, we'll say, for various reasons that are sort of too much to explain.
Probably best to just leave this here for now.
Yeah, Origins has the... Well, Origins, it's not just about, like... The stabs are the only way to kill besides the tank, which is slow, and the generator strat, which is the major new discovery that we've had. But even so, Origins has the issue of, like, you can't play longer than 26 hours without crashing on BO2, no matter what. Because the robots contribute to your game crashing, and you can't turn off the robots. So it's just a hard limit. Do you think they should add a save feature? Yes and no, in the sense that save and quit, I think, would be a good feature for, like, just making high rounds more accessible to casual players. But also, at the same time, you can't add a new feature like that to an old game, because then you completely upend everything about the meta. Where reset no longer is an issue at all. And if reset's not an issue, and there's just a save and quit, you either play until you crash, or you just get infinite rounds. Shit. That was sketchy. Alright, well, oh well. Little time lost, no big deal. Yeah, as long as reset was saved. Do I think Nuketown will get around 100? Absolutely. I think I just lost Flopper. Nuketown technically has seen around 100 before, but it was with Fast Ray. But it is possible without Fast Ray. Because Nuketown, the world record didn't even get close to reset. Reset on Nuketown is like 180 hours. It's by far the longest on BO2. What's the most enjoyable map to get round 100? For me, personally, it's BO1 Moon, but that's entirely up to, like, your own opinion. What you find the most fun. Hey, Berkeley Knights, how's it going? Five was a lot of fun when I did it. The only benefit to Fast Ray is just the ability to shoot faster. That's it. But remember, if your strategy for the entire game revolves around how quickly you can dump all of the ray gun ammo into a group of zombies, if you can save a ton of time by shooting the ray gun way faster, then you are killing zombies faster, then you're getting to your next trade faster, then you're just progressing everything faster. But other than that, it, like, doesn't necessarily make it easier. You still have to pay attention and not die while hoarding up the zombies and like, play well and hit the box and... Like, it's still gonna be a stupidly long game. You just save one time aspect of it. Come on! Why do you keep doing that? Fucking latch onto the turbine, will ya? There we go.
It's a turbine, like the one from the town. I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it. Falling down is all you're good for.
How big is the spawn zone by Jug? So do you see, if you see this line on the ground right here, going past the line is a different zone. When I'm here, the zombies basically only spawn from the few ground spawns that are right here. If I step over the line, they start spawning from further away spawns, and they spawn up top here and up top here, which is why I'm behind the line. This line right here. You'll notice how, like, when I paralyze up here, there's basically never a zombie that's waiting for me, and that's because I'm standing behind the line. If I go in front of the line too early, zombies can spawn up there and they can trap me. What do I think it's easier, low rounds or high rounds? On a lot of maps, high rounds are easier than low rounds, because you want all the zombies to spawn faster, which they do on higher rounds. On lower rounds, because the spawn rate is slower, they kind of spawn more randomly, we'll say, and it makes it more difficult to do something consistent.
Feeling the boom? Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Falling down.
I definitely would love to do co-op guides. That being said, I'm not gonna, I don't want to overgeneralize. On many maps, the solo tutorials that I made work the same on co-op, where you just have both players running the same route. Yeah, Wacky Shenanigans, that was discovered pretty recently, but I know about that. You just have both players, like, so like on Ascension, technically it's not the best strategy, but like, you just have both players stand in the Pack-a-Punch room, both players go out and around, and then one player kills with the Thunder Gun, and then you both go in. Like, that's not the best strategy on every map, but it is the simplest to just do the same as solo. There are a handful of maps where co-op strategies are quite a bit different, and those I would like to cover. One very notable example that I'm going to mention is obviously Call of the Dead, where co-op high rounds are completely different. So certain maps, it's like, you know, it depends. But a lot of maps just follow my tutorials. That being said, like, will I do co-op high round guides? Eventually, yes. For Call of the Dead, I'm going to do co-op as a normal part of the series, and not as a separate thing. But What I will say is, if the comment requesting a map specifically says co-op, I will abide by that and do a co-op tutorial. If it doesn't specify, I'm gonna assume solo.
Don't you go getting any ideas.
What's my favorite Victus character? Misty. Second is Stuhlinger, but only because Stuhlinger gets to talk to Richthofen. Beast from Beyond 2. What's different about Beast from Beyond co-op specifically?
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Yeah, that's another thing, is like, 2-player strategies on a lot of cases are even different than 3 or 4-player strategies, depending on the map. Like, a notable example is Black Ops 4. You can rebuy ammo for the Wonder Weapon on co-op, you can't on solo? Really? What high round strategy is most unique in my opinion? I would say Call of the Dead co-op for sure. It is one of the only strategies where it heavily relies on your teamwork and good communication. And it's not like... It's also one of the only maps where you can't have one player bleed out and the other player be perfectly fine. Like, you have to have both players.
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt
Really? That's interesting.
it. You may not have seen it.
Whereas, like, the buried co-op world record, I think the current record does have every player alive, but technically you can get the world record by playing solo, having the other player just, like, you have the other player just bleed out every round and you play by yourself. And as long as you don't die, you can beat the record. Technically, I think having both players help is better, because you have both players alternate their resonators and whatnot. But... like, there's a lot of instances where you can just solo op and be fine. As long as you don't take it down. Yeah, we're getting close to 115. I'll probably play to at least 115 today. I'm not feeling that tired right now, which is strange because normally around the 3-hour mark of a stream is when I start to be like, okay, guys, I'm getting a little fatigued. Oh, that's like really close to the center of the room. Anyone play Hell Let Loose? I've never heard of that. So what I do is, when I pause, I just hibernate my PC, and it keeps my run going.
Probably best to
The monkeys didn't attack your perks, only you? How many perks were open? Because a lot of times, even if you have multiple perks, if the monkeys only have one perk to target, then 3 of them will attack the perk and 3 of them will attack you. It is 100% safe, and it can even survive a power outage. If I have a power outage, as long as my PC is hibernated, my game will still be going. Oh, where the fuck did those go?
Whoever said the more
Yikes. At least it's in the center of the room, so it's easy to have the zombies destroy it. See?
I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Feeling the boom. Feeling the boom. Feeling the boom.
The only perk you didn't have open was Jug. You had everything else open. What are my PC specs? I don't know. One of my friends helped me build it. They're good enough, that's all I know. Well, BO4 is the first zombie game that the HP is capped. Every game since BO4 also has that.
Probably best to just leave this here for now. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it. Feeling the boom. Feeling the boom.
Yeah, Modern Zombies HUDs are definitely very cluttered. I definitely appreciate that the newer games allow you to customize it, but still, it's just like... why does it exist?
Ah, some gang up on Misty time, huh? It's a turbine, like the one from the town.
Have I seen the BO4 custom HUD? I've been seeing a lot of the screenshots you've been sending.
But I know you felt it.
But is there like an official one that you can use in the game?
Right off your feet that time.
Will I ever do round 100 guides on Modern Zombies? Yes. Not that I'm necessarily looking forward to it, because Modern Zombies sucks, but if it's voted, if it becomes the most liked comment, I will abide by it and I will cover it. Even Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7. Oh, you have that, like, built into the game. There's no... I see. That's cool. I didn't realize... I thought it was just, like, an overlay on your stream or something. Custom HUD would be really cool.
Right off your feet that
Personally, I would love, like, a BO3 style HUD.
boom. Probably best to just leave this here for now. Fall down is all you're good for.
I do have a guide on my channel for Liberty Falls, but it's also kind of outdated because that's on a really old patch, and I don't know, like, a bunch of stuff has been added since then. So, in theory, that could use some updating. In practice, I don't want to be the one to do it, but I guess eventually I will have to.
Feeling the boom.
Did that not fucking destroy? What? So ridiculous. What's my favorite COD Zombies game? Black Ops 1. Yeah, Moon is great. But to be fair, like, I like a lot of the games. Don't get me wrong. I might shit on specific features, but, like, every game, World at War through Cold War, I find fun. To varying degrees. My second favorite map of all time is BO3 Moon. My first favorite is BO1 Moon. Some people just count those as both being number one, which a lot of times I say. So my second favorite map is actually Shadows of Evil. Isn't it Pleasantly GG? Or is that not his YouTube channel anymore? You're on the wrong side of the door? Like you are in the stamina room? After a certain point, the roof spawner stops working. You're saying it just bugged it out by itself? I've never seen it bug out by itself. On BO3, at least.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Whoever said the more the merrier. Do yourself a favor.
One good thing about Bus Depot Survival, it's a very bare bones map. And I think that a lot of people like a purely bare bones experience. The only good thing about Dead of the Night is the atmosphere. True. Cool looking map. That's about it. Awful to play.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Tywin Lannister. Which character does that? Which character do they play again? Is that an actor? Because Dead of the Night's characters, all four of them are fucking annoying. I hate every single one of them.
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
The Butler actor? Oh yeah, he's the best one by far. I only play as the Butler when I play. When I play Dead of the Night. Godfrey. All the rest of them are really fucking annoying. Gideon is annoying. Fucking the Barrister is so annoying. And Helena Bonham Carter could have been given such a better character. His accent feels so artificial. I don't know how to explain it. I don't even remember her name. I just know she's Helena Bonham Carter.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
I know you probably get it a lot, but you are the reason you did your first round 100. That's awesome. Which map did you do it on? I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Thanks for stopping in. And yes, I do hear that a lot, but also, I love hearing that. I love hearing that it's working out for you guys. So thank you for stopping in. Will I ever do a video on some of my hot takes with zombies? Maybe. I kind of want to do a full video where I go over all of the reasons I hate modern zombies. And a big part of that video is going to be, hey, here's every feature that was introduced on Black Ops 2, 3, and 4 that carried into modern zombies that I thought was awful. Which is going to be a lot of hot takes, because people aren't going to be ready for me to be like, actually, Origins is overrated. Actually, AATs on BO3 suck. First proper 100 was BO3 Ascension. Nice. Actually, Gobblegums ruined everything. And health cap and lots of things. But I don't know, that's a video that's just kind of like on the back burner that I'm not necessarily prioritizing. There's other ones I want to get done first that are more interesting. Because I don't want to make all my content, like, on the live streams I'll talk about whatever I want, because it's me just chilling and trying to play the game and hang out. So I'll shit on Modern Zombies all I want, but like, I want to make my videos a little bit more good content, if that makes sense. Oh, the Brigader, not the Barrister. That's his name. That better break it. Yeah. That's probably going to be one of the next videos that I work on, as in one of the next videos that I'm going to edit myself. And it's just going to be, it's going to be the best way to play zombies in 2026. And it's going to be a complete breakdown of how to set up, what's it called? It's going to be a complete breakdown of how to set up Plutonium on World at War, BO1, and BO2. How to set up Boy on BO3, how to set up Project BO4 on BO4, and also how to set up Strat Tester, how to set up co-ops, how to use pause hard and save your game on high rounds, how to use specific patches like CT5, B2op, DS4C, everything that you need to know. It's going to be all in one video. What's my favorite BO2 round 100? Easily Die Rise. Die Rise is just so fun. You're in a restaurant right now? I'm gonna break it into individual sections. It's gonna be an intro and then everything for World at War. So it'll be World at War, how to set up Plutonium, how to do co-ops, how to do pause hard, how to do Strat Tester. Then Black Ops 1, how to set up Plutonium, how to set up CT5, how to do co-ops, how to do pause hard, how to do Strat Tester. Black Ops 2, how to set up plutonium, how to set up B2op, co-ops, strat tester, everything, and then BO3, and then BO4, like all separated. But also in the same video, I'm gonna talk about like specifically why I'm gonna mention Project BO4 and everything you need to know, but I'm also gonna be like, hey, here's why. Oh, fuck off. Here's why Black Ops 4 is technically better on console than on PC. What was my first round 100? It was on Shadows of Evil. Do I know why T5M doesn't work even though you're putting in the plugins folder? Not without looking at your PC, I can't tell you. You're better off asking the people who created CT5 and see if they can help you. Who's the person? He asleep or just on break? Me? Let me guess, you opened the live stream and it was at the beginning of the stream and not the live? Why? Why does it keep doing that? I'm not even shooting the grenades in a weird spot. It's just like, sometimes it just doesn't work. One of those grenades hit it. You're at the beginning of the stream. It's all good. Welcome. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be all, and I might be like repeating stuff, cause like how to set up plutonium on World at War BO1 and BO2 is exactly the same steps. You create a plutonium login, you download this program, and then you navigate the game to your game folder. It's the same steps, but I am gonna repeat it for all three. How can you contact them? Through Discord. Ask somebody in my Discord server that isn't me, and they can give you a better answer. It wouldn't let you join servers? And what was wrong with your name? Oh, yeah, I guess bringing up controller is a good point. But that's also easy. Because it's, like, for me, I just use either DS4 or DSX. Yeah, are you opening up the game in LAN mode when you open Plutonium? I can get more views? Maybe, but I would like it to all be one comprehensive, like, here is the best way to play Zombies 4 high rounds, period. Should I also bring up, like, here's how to do custom textures, or do I save that for a separate video? Because that would kind of pad the video a little too much, if that makes sense. What song is this? What? Why? Like, genuinely, what is causing that to not work? I don't understand. Have I seen the new Spider-Man movie? No, I don't really watch superhero movies at all. Could do that as separate videos. Maybe. Gonna start going for high rounds on Gorod Krovi. Any tips? Step 1, do the Easter egg. The entire Easter egg.
I mean it.
I did see the Odyssey. When Wonderful came to visit me, we were going to see the Odyssey together. That was really good. Matt Damon has too much plot armor. Yeah, well, Odysseus has too much plot armor in the Odyssey, a book that was written over 1,000 years ago by a guy named Homer. No last name. I was saying, imagine you're an author 1,000 years ago. Your book is so important that 1,000 years later, people are still studying it, people are still reading it, people are still adapting it into movies. You don't even know what movies are because movies don't exist yet. Your book is so important that all these things are happening, that people are still talking about it. And you are only the second most famous person named Homer. And the first most famous Homer is a cartoon yellow fat guy who's obsessed with donuts. I'm not gonna say that the Odyssey itself is a perfect piece of work. I mean, I think actually in some sense the movie did a little bit better of a job of not relying on the same plot points, which if you read the original book, every time they're ever in danger, they just fucking sacrifice another goat. They sacrifice a goat to stop the rough waters. They sacrifice a goat to deal with the Cyclops. They sacrifice a goat to, like, they keep sacrificing goats. They have like 40 goats on this ship. There's actually an older movie of the Odyssey that came out in, I want to say like the 70s, the 80s. And there's literally a scene where they're just like bringing 6 goats out of the bottom of the boat, just like hauling them off the ship. Like, we need to sacrifice all these goats. Iliad is much better? Yeah. I feel like the Odyssey is slightly more popular. Or a little bit more well-known, at least. That has to destroy it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Beer.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Feeling the boom?
What food do I think is the most versatile? Oh, easily potatoes. You can cook potatoes 100 different ways and all of them are good. What round 100 on BO1 would you suggest you do? Have you been to round 100 on any BO1 map before? Because if not, then my answer is usually BO1 Ascension. Alright, good luck with Gorod. BO1 Ascension, I find, is just kind of like an easy, all-around map that isn't very difficult to learn, but also teaches you some good fundamentals of, like, how to trade out and how to spawn control. Things that help you a lot on some of the other maps. Eggs? Eggs are also good, but I think potatoes are more versatile. You can have potatoes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it goes well. Yeah, definitely BO1 Ascension, I would say. What do I do when I run out of War Machine? I will show you at some point during this round, because I am gonna run out of War Machine. If you are patient and wait for another 3 Resonators, you'll find out. But you basically have the zombies destroy it, and then you hit the box trying to get a new War Machine in the meantime. Die Rise is also very easy, yeah. He did say BO1, that's true, but... French fries, potato chips, potato salad. There's a million ways you can make potatoes. Mashed potatoes, baked potatoes. You can fucking eat potatoes raw and it's not even that bad.
It's a turbine, like the one from the town.
You could put potatoes on so many different foods. Or, like, as side dishes in all sorts of different ways. Yeah, I mean, it's not potato soup. It's not really that safe to eat raw eggs, though. Like, you can, but you shouldn't eat, like, a bunch of raw eggs. You use eggs in baking? Oh, sure, use it as an ingredient, but, like, I'm not gonna order dinner at a restaurant and order a side of eggs with most meals. But I would absolutely order mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, French fries, home fries, hash browns, sliced potatoes, diced potatoes, potato soup. What round are we going for? As high as I can get is the only goal. Like I said, I'll be pretty happy if that round ends up starting with a 2 and ending with a couple 5s, but the only goal is have fun and get to as high of a round as I can. That's all I care about. Yeah, this is the setup they use for 255. Have I downed yet? Only once, actually. Only once on round 65.
Probably best to just do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to point and laugh at Wonderful as long as I get to round 234.
Shatter their will.
Fire Blaster, thanks for the sub. Like, okay. I was gonna say. Do I think I'm on pace for 255? I'm on pace, yes.
Like the one from the town.
You don't even need to be that fast to get it, because reset really doesn't matter. Like, it's 90 hours to 255, and reset is like 130 hours. So it really doesn't matter. Would 255 on this map be achievable on console? I highly doubt it. Because console just has more things that can crash your game. Will I make a vid for Buried? Buried will be the next video that I do, and I'm already working on it, because, of course, I've already gotten to round 100 at this point, so I have enough footage to make the video. I'm mostly playing this out for the sake of, I want to play it. What FPS does the Paralyzer stop functioning at? I don't know specifically, but I know, like, a 300 and above is really bad. Yeah, BO2 has reset just like BO1 does. So does BO3. It's just that on BO2, on a majority of maps, you end up crashing or something else happens before you actually hit reset. You do reset, on Mob of the Dead and on some of the survival maps. But Like, most maps you just end up crashing, or in certain cases you hit 255 first. BO1 reset is a real big issue on most maps. BO3 reset exists, except you almost always hit 255 before you reset. Coolest location in all of Zombies to smoke a cig. I gotta think on that. What is the difficulty order for the round 100s I've gotten so far? That's too many to list, and too many that I wouldn't be able to rank necessarily. The easiest is Dead of the Night, that's for sure. Would I recommend playing at only 200 FPS max on most map? I like 250 on most maps. On this map, I'm just playing on 60 to keep it simple. Whoever earlier asked what I do when the War Machine's out, you're about to see. Why does that keep happening? So you, alright, well, let me have a zombie break this. Of course! Alright. So I trade out the War Machine, and I'm just gonna hit the box, looking for a new War Machine. The bar in town? That's valid. Actually, I should have picked that up so that I don't have a PDW, so that I have a box weapon. Oh well. If I get Ballistic Knife on the next hit, I'll cry, otherwise it doesn't matter. Yeah, boredom is something that's really difficult to play around. And my honest advice for that is, like, if you're getting bored, take frequent breaks. You don't want to be bored and fatigued because it's going to lead to you making mistakes that you don't want to make. Bridge on Shang overlooking the waterfall, that's valid. I would also say the Biodome on Moon. I would love to just sit and have a smoke session in the Biodome. But I guess I'm not talking about cigarettes, am I? Buried is a very easy map for round 100. Yeah, every time I go to get a new turbine, I hit the box. Because, like, you don't need the War Machine, it just speeds it up. It's faster to destroy the turbine with the War Machine than it is to have the zombies destroy it. And it's also safer with the War Machine than the zombies. But, like, I don't care to, like, hit the box like crazy trying to get it back. I just hit it once per turbine. And I'll get it back eventually. And then during the round transition, I hit it a couple times too. Why do I keep replacing the Resonator? Because it's breaking. You'll see. It breaks after you get a certain number of kills. Broke. So here, all right, so here I need to break the turbine, so what I do is I just stand here, and then you just have the zombies break it like that. And then you hit the box, looking for a new War Machine, and grab a turbine. Picking this up so that I have a box weapon and not a wall weapon, but otherwise, and if it's not a War Machine, I don't pick it up, other than just the first one. And it's easy enough. I very, very rarely play custom maps. Yeah, the Trample Steam strat is mostly outdated in the sense that it doesn't... this strategy doesn't error like we thought it did. That is why the Trample Steam strat existed, is because we were trying to avoid errors, but it turns out we don't need to do that. Is it weird that you like when maps have some sort of early error like Origins? Origins is a fun map to optimize because it's such a short game. That's what makes Origins high rounds really cool on Black Ops 3, and also kind of, or so on Black Ops 2, I mean, and kind of lame on Black Ops 3 because you don't have an error and you have AATs, so you just 255. How do I paralyze or jump so consistently? Just practice, mainly. I believe you still can rank up on Boy. You can set your rank to whatever you want, but also, if you just load in, you can set your rank to level 1, and you can level up in the game. Like, it has the rank up progression system. You can just grind it manually. Or you can just set yourself to max prestige. But it is offline in the sense that you can't play public matches. But the point of Boy is you wouldn't play public matches. You'd be using it to play solo anyway. 14 rounds in 3 hours. Yeah, the rounds are getting longer. By the time I'm in the 250s, the rounds are going to be like an hour each. What map am I playing next, most likely? I don't know. I'm gonna hope that, like, Call of the Dead gets voted next, or actually I would really love to see a BO4 map be the next one chosen. But we'll see. I assume I'm gonna be in this game for a hot minute. Hopefully. Already doing a lot better than the previous game, that's for sure. We should all come together and pick Rave. I'd be excited to learn that one. I'm more looking forward to Spaceland, but 9 I'm gonna dumb it down a little bit, but I'm gonna do, like, I'm not gonna stop on 100 per se, but I am gonna, like, show off how to camp in the flooded crypt, and also show off the other strategy with the shield. Because, obviously, your Helion Salvo ammo won't last that long.
I think Regnal Hutch was looking for this earlier. I wonder why. Feeling the boom?
Yeah, so Call of the Dead, when it gets voted, I'm gonna probably end up doing, like, 3 separate videos. One where I talk about how I already got to round 100 on solo. One where I talk about co-op and all of what goes into that. And then one video where I talk about, like, the legit ways to get to 100 solo. Or, like, you know, as high of a round as you can.
But I know you felt it.
Which corner do I camp in? I camp... Where's the Skull Grinder? I don't know where that is. Do you have to get Permajug back every game? Well, using B2op, I automatically get it back.
I think Regnal Hutch was looking for this earlier.
So I don't have to manually do it, but it is helpful to have. To be fair, I've already lost it this game. I don't know where in the room that is. I camp, like, against the back where one of the zombie spawns is, to the right of that spawn, if that makes sense. Looking to beat Prompts 105 for Call of the Dead? Not necessarily. That could have been deadly. That could have been deadly. Coming from Pap, I'm going to the back left corner. And then I face the other direction. I face towards the stairs to Pack-a-Punch. That's not a war machine.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
But it's like, I'm basically standing right next to the spawn, just to the left of it. Can you rank the hardest to easiest Black Ops games to get a round 100? It depends what map you're playing. I can't rank the entire game. Well, I guess Black Ops 7 is the easiest, but, you know. BO1 overall the hardest? Again, it depends on the map. Like, BO3 Shang is harder than any BO1 map, but BO3 overall is easier. Also, I don't know what time I'm gonna get off. BO6 is easier than BO7. You might be right. Mutant Injection is really overpowered. Firebase C, I think, is the hardest on Cold War. But it's also not that difficult. It is the hardest on Cold War, though. What do I think about Black Ops Cold War? I like playing it, but I also sort of acknowledge that Black Ops Cold War introduced, like, a majority of the features that are game-ruining for modern zombies. I just think that Black Ops Cold War is a little bit more fun, just because it's sort of like everything in the game is overpowered, and so it's chill in a way. Whereas Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7, certain things are overpowered, but there's not enough freedom. Black Ops Cold War, everything is overpowered, but what that means is, yes, there is a best strategy on every map, but you can just run any strategy you want to and get to a decently high round. You can camp, you can train, you can do whatever, it's pretty chill. Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 are just so unbalanced that, like, the only way to get to high rounds is to camp and spam. Would I rather get 75 on town or BO1 round 100 knocked? Probably 75 on town. Takes a lot less time. Actually, a lot less box hits, surprisingly. Can you elaborate on BO3 Shang being harder than any BO1 map? BO3 Shang is one of the most difficult maps in the entire series. Mostly it comes from just how BO3 spawns work, also how much RNG is required to even set up the high round strategy, and the fact that the baby gun on BO3 is a lot worse than it is on BO1. Like, try getting to 100 on BO3 Shang, and then try BO1 Shang using my strategy. I was able to do BO1 Shang in 5 attempts. I still, to this day, don't have 100 on BO3. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you? How's the buried grind going? It's going. Slowly but steadily. Rounds are getting longer and longer, but, you know, that's... such is buried.
I think Ragnarhut was looking for this earlier. I wonder why.
Sounds like we need to vote BO3 Shang. It's gonna be a struggle for me, that's for sure. The goal is as high of a round as I can get to this game. That's really the only goal. Really? Lovely. Here, let me gather these guys so I don't accidentally kill myself.
Hey, how come you want me so bad?
Speaking of,
What did I just make you do?
Bus Depot is extremely difficult, but it also, like, it kind of just depends on what exactly your goal is.
Just gonna leave this
Because
for now.
round 100 on Bus Depot isn't possible. But when we talk about getting to a high round on Bus Depot, we're not talking about getting above round 100. We're talking about getting to a high round relative to the other high rounds. Are you basing the time you get a new turbine on the position of the turbine or how many subwoofers? It's about 5 subwoofers for every new turbine, give or take. But I actually just base it off of the flap on the back of the turbine. If you see, like, right here, there's a little flap on the back. As soon as the flap goes sideways, that's when it's time to get a new turbine.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Feeling the boom? It's probably best to just leave this here for now. Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
Is round 100 on DOA possible? Yeah, it's been done on every DOA.
Don't get back up.
What do I think is the most overrated map in World at War through BO3? Overrated Origins. Not that it's a bad map, but I definitely would not consider it one of the greatest maps of all time.
It's a turbine, like the one with the
Am I enjoying Buried? I am enjoying Buried. There's a war machine, look at that.
Yeah, let's take the roof off of this place. I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Calm down, it's all you're good for.
Which doors do I need to leave closed or open to create the fastest spawns? There's only one door that you need to leave closed, which is the door in front of the general store, like where you get all the parts. The one right here. You can open up the back doors, just leave the front one closed. Is it crazy to say that I think Die Rise is an underrated map? Die Rise is my favorite BO2 map. I think it's underrated in the sense that I don't understand why basically out of nowhere, everyone in the community just started hating it. Which it doesn't make any sense to me.
Knocked right off your feet that time.
If I can add a feature to Arthur, what would he do?
Favor, don't get back up.
Does this count as adding a feature? I would make it so that when you feed him candy with nothing around and he goes on a rampage, he actually kills the zombies and doesn't just despawn them.
Do yourself a favor.
Like, he just respawns the zombies. He doesn't progress the round. He should be able to get kills. Hardest map on BO2 in my opinion? I mean, probably Bus Depot. But if we're deciding between Transit, Die Rise, Mob, Buried, and Origins, probably Origins. It's not very difficult. Do you think that would be a valid strategy? I think it would be helpful. If we're including Nuketown. Otherwise, if we're including all the survival maps, it's Bus Depot.
Right
So the subwoofer isn't actually time-based. It's based on the number of kills you get. As soon as you get too many kills, it auto breaks. Why? Why did only one of those grenades even go off?
It's a turbine, like the one that's in now. I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Anyone see what's happening here? Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
So what you'll notice is, like, if the round is about to end and there's, like, one zombie left, if you just don't bring the zombie into the subwoofer will never explode. Favorite BO3 map? Moon. But if you don't count Chronicles, if you want base BO3, then Shadows of Evil. Where do I rank Origins above the best zombies maps? It's in my top 20, not my top 10. But I don't know exactly where. I generally don't like doing map rankings because my answer will literally change depending on what day you ask me, because I don't know. There's a lot of good maps. Just to get rid of Who's Who? Why would you want to get rid of Who's Who? It's the most overpowered perk in zombies.
For this earlier. I wonder why.
Not sarcasm, by the way.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Feeling the boom?
Origins is one of those maps that I've never once been able to set up without looking up a cheat sheet or a guide or whatever. And I don't think that it's good design if, like, one of the staff upgrades literally requires me to Google. Every time. And it's a map that came out 13 years ago and I still don't have it memorized. Speaking of the end of the round, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Rounds are definitely getting longer, that's for sure. There it is. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 more rounds, and then I think I'm gonna get off. We'll see. See how I'm feeling. What are my top 3 maps? Moon, followed by Shadows, followed by Call of the Dead.
I'm just gonna leave this here for now.
And beyond, like, if you ask me what my number 4 map is, that will literally change depending on how I'm feeling that day. I don't know. Even my top 3 has changed a lot. Well, my top 1 has always been my top 1. Is Mob of the Dead in my top 10? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know my top 10. The map design was made using Moon as a reference. Also, the Wonder Weapon was such a good weapon to use. Did we play the same Zetsubo? 1, how does it use Moon as a reference? And 2, how is the KT-4 good? I only really play COD Zombies in terms of, like, this style of game. KT-4 slander? Yeah, you know the KT-4 is, like, not good for killing zombies. It's good for upgrading your plants and dealing with thrashers, that's it. If you shoot a fully charged KT-4 shot at the ground with 24 zombies next to you, not all of them will die. Like, it's not very good. It is much more of a utility weapon than it is a killing weapon. What about the Masamune? It's not much better at all. At least it doesn't fall off. Yeah, but it crashes your game. So, I would call that falling off. It doesn't fall off in the sense that it doesn't do good damage in the first place, so it has nowhere to fall off to. Longest round I've done on BO2, and how long did it take? Round 119 on Buried, and it took a little bit more time than my current game. My favorite special weapon? The Apothicon Sword. Ah, no! My favorite special weapon is the Skull of Non-Sapway. Actually. Did I get the video script done? I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday, I got off stream and said, I'm gonna work on the script and hopefully have it done by today, meaning yesterday. And I, like, knocked the fuck out for 4 hours. And then when I woke up, I was like, ah. And I didn't work on it. But I'm gonna get it done today. How many down so far? Only 1. When I do town, when I do no jug, I'm probably gonna do the old world record strategy. Just because, like, I think I'm gonna make it clear, hey, the reason you would want to do no jug if you want to beat the world record is this, and I'm gonna showcase it. But for my game, I'm gonna do it with jug and do the speed cola close strategy, just because that's, like, more accessible. Was made from referencing the area in the biodome. Where? What? Where did you hear this? Am I a professional clarinet player? I am. I'm a professional woodwind musician. Play every woodwind instrument. You're a violinist? Nice. Yeah, hence why I happen to be free in the middle of a day on a Tuesday. I also teach CPR classes, but the building that I teach in is being renovated, so I have the week off. Where I can play the clarinet and I'll play... Oh... Like the guy who plays recorder and does, I'm not a woodwind teacher, per se. I do teach some private lessons, but I'm not, like, a teacher full-time. Or at least not a music teacher full-time. You have, like, the most average life ever? I wouldn't say so. I make more money than all my friends, and I work 8 days a month. Or, you know, I work my day job 8 days a month, and it pays me everything I need. And then I just do gigs whenever I feel like, which is often, but, you know, those are fun. And then I play video games the rest of the time, and I make a ton of money doing that, too. So I have a very unusual life, I would say. My day job is I teach CPR. band teacher in middle school was a drug dealer and had CP on his PC. Interesting. I don't usually deal drugs, and I definitely don't have CP. Nor am I a middle school band teacher, to be fair.
Falling down is all you're good for. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Also, I think we hit the end of that.
But
I think we hit the end of the music. Upbeat Nintendo music for when you need an energy boost. Sure. My favorite woodwind is the saxophone. You have begun? Wait, what have you begun? Saxophone has pretty much always been my favorite. And when I finished my master's, I mostly focused on classical saxophone. What the fuck is CP? Don't... Nobody answer that. Just Google it and don't come back with the results. Let's just say CP is what you don't want Chris Hansen to catch you with. Yeah, CP is COD points, yeah.
you may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Well, it's not like Google's gonna show you some. Like, Google will tell you what it is.
Feeling the boom?
Checkpoint, yeah. Cyberpunk. My mom has a shirt that says, I love CP. And of course, CP stands for Club Pilates, as we are all aware. What? No, saxophone's the best. Classical saxophone is so underrated, too. I'm not even kidding. That's a real shirt that she has. She put it on, and my brother and I both looked at her, and we were like, Mom, you can't wear that in public. And she was like, why not? And I was like, I can't tell you. You just can't.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. It's okay. It's not... I can't find the exact shirt. But, like, this is the brand. It's Club Pilates. And she has one from this brand that is I Heart CP. And that's all it says on the shirt. And it's from Club Pilates. And I was like... Thoughts on Spider Zombies coming to Rex Infernus? It makes sense. We're gonna have some fresh Widow's Wine, probably.
Don't get back up. You feeling the boom?
Fresh Widow's Wine right from the source, just like on Zetsubo. What would I consider the most disappointing map in COD Zombies? Terminus. Or Firebase C.
It's a turbine, like the one from the town. Just banged into something.
What do I think about Revelations? I love Revelations. I don't think it's disappointing. I thought it was like the perfect final map for Black Ops 3. How come I don't have Vulture? Because it's more annoying than it is helpful. I'm gonna have it eventually. It doesn't super matter, but like the longer I can go without it, the better. The green mist kind of gets in your way in ways that I don't like. Yeah, I know who Kevin Drew is, but like, I would love to see an interview where he goes, oh yeah, we based the entire map Zetsubo around the biodome from Moon instead of just a forest. Have I not gotten Vulture? I've gotten a little lucky. So, at the beginning of the game, I got... You buy the first 4 perks. So, when you buy the first 4 perks, what are the odds that Widows will be your 7th? The answer is it's 1/3. Because it will either be your 5th, your 6th, or your 7th. So, I just happened to hit the 1 and 3, and then when I hit the 1 and 3... I went, well, let me not go for Widows because I don't want to have it. And then I took my first down in the 60s, and when I took a down, I went through the witch's house and said, if I get Widows, I get Widows. If I get Vulture, I get Vulture. How long have I been saying Widows? I was like, if I get Vulture, I get Vulture, and if I don't, then I'm just gonna avoid it as long as I can. And I didn't get Vulture, so I got lucky. I hit a 1 and 3, followed by a later on 1 and 2 to avoid Vulture.
Probably best to just leave this here for now.
Vulture doesn't crash your game, actually. It's just, like, the only reason to avoid it is just because it makes the pathing annoying. The green mist, or whatever, like, can mess with the zombie pathing. We doing 255? We're doing as high of a round as I can get.
Strategy now? Swarm all over me? I'm just gonna leave this here.
Vulture also is just much worse for the early round strategy than it is for the high round strategy. For the high round strategy, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But when I'm in the tunnel in the early rounds, I don't like
Right off your feet, Jack.
Vulture. Who's my favorite composer? Brahms is one of them for sure. I'm a big fan of a lesser known composer named Edward Moritz. EDVARD space MORITZ. He has a couple of beautiful saxophone sonatas that I really love that are very Brahms style. He was a lesser known composer, but he worked with a lot of really well-known musicians, including Marcel Mule. He had escaped the Holocaust from Germany and he moved to the United States, and he sort of took some time to like regain his footing, but a lot of his work is really beautiful.
Don't get back up.
What do I think about John Williams? Oh, he's amazing. One of the greatest of our time. Love John Williams. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Brahms and his romantic style. Why don't you think I would like Revelations? Revelations is an easy map, don't get me wrong, but like, I think it is one of the most visually beautiful maps in the series, and I think it's just like a fun map because you're overpowered.
Don't get back up.
Kelpie G. What actually got me into clarinet? I started when most other people started, which is I started playing in 4th grade in elementary school when everyone had to choose an instrument. And funnily enough, the reason I chose the clarinet specifically is because I wanted to be better than Squidward. Turns out, Squidward's not very good at the clarinet. Like, at all.
Gonna leave this here for now.
And that's sort of like, it's something that you might not fully internalize until you actually learn how to play the clarinet.
May not have seen it, but I
What got me into the saxophone? Saxophone I picked up towards the end of 10th grade, and that was just because I found my dad's old saxophone from when he was in high school, and I started to teach myself a little bit. What should you start with? Listen to one of Brahms's symphonies. Brahms' Symphony No. 2 is a really nice, like, good, easy listen to get into. Also, the Brahms Clarinet Trio is a good chamber piece. Woody Allen plays clarinet? I didn't know that.
do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Yeah, Squidward is good at a lot of other art forms, but he is not good at the clarinet. Kelpie G is good at the clarinet.
Got knocked right off your feet that time. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it. It's probably best to just leave this here for now.
That's true. Solitude. That's not the same episode. Solitude in E minor. Do I find these insanely high rounds fun? I find it fun. Round 100 is definitely fun. It depends. You gotta, like... It depends on the map. There's certain maps where you gotta be very locked in the whole time, and you gotta, like, make sure that you're not dying. And those high-intensity maps can be much more fun. But this is a map that I think if I was just, like, playing off-stream, I'd be kind of bored. But when I have chat to talk to, and when I have, like, conversations to have, and things to, and music to listen to, or, like, a show to watch, or whatever,
Banged into something.
then it's fun. Yeah, you guys keep it entertaining for me. Survival maps are a lot of hitting the box, and that's sort of what makes it more boring in a way. At least on this map, it's pretty fast, and you are, like, for the most part, constantly killing, unlike the survival maps where it's a lot of box hits. I would put Revelations in my top 10. I felt like the Return of the Thunder Gun was so hype. The fact that they didn't put it in any trailers or anything, and, like, we got to see everyone's raw reaction to the Thunder Gun, that was peak Zombies. I think it did a really good job of, like, mashing together a lot of the old Zombies maps. My gripe is I wish that there was more Zombies maps that they included in Revelations. But I love the concept. I love that the Apothicon Servant's back. I love the fact that it's the first BO3 map where everything's just available in the box. You don't have to worry about knowing all the quest bullshit. And there's a lot of side quests to do. Yeah, it's a very easy map, don't get me wrong. I think maybe the high round difficulty wasn't necessarily balanced, but I still think it's a fun map overall. And it also has my favorite wonder weapon, the Apothicon Servant. What's my favorite Zombies map overall? Moon. What map am I gonna do next? I don't know. Whatever people vote for. I do and I don't. Because I wish that we had the upgraded Apothicon Servant on Shadows, mostly because it was such a tease to, like, have the upgraded Apothicon Servant when the game launched, and then just have it be removed, and find out, oh yeah, there is no way to upgrade it, it was just a glitch. Like, that sucks.
Right off your feet that time.
But I don't know. But like, I think one of the things that I think is good about Revelations that is something that Blundell acknowledged and then carried forward into Black Ops 4. I don't like having to memorize every single quest I need to do just to get, like, the specialist weapon or the wonder weapon. I like it better when things are just in the box. I think the perfect balance is what Black Ops 4 did, where the wonder weapons are in the box, but you can also get them through a quest. But I like Revelations because it's a simple map. You load in, you turn on the 4 generators, you hit the box for your stuff, you buy your perks, you pack a punch, you have fun. No need to memorize anything. Only 1 down so far, which was on round, like, 65, I think. I have not played Project Ether. Do I prefer BO4's perk system or Modern Zombies no perk limit? I prefer BO4's system, but I really prefer prior to BO4. Like, I think removing the perk limit is a bad feature, because if you go back to classic zombies, BO1 and BO2 and BO3, basically every single map that has more than 4 perks has a way to get all the perks. It's not like there ever was a perk limit. It's more that you are rewarded for surviving longer by being able to get extra perks, and you are punished for downing by being temporarily restricted to 4 perks until you get whatever you need back. But the new system of, like, oh, you just buy all the perks and you never run out of slots, that just sucks. There was a thrill to figuring out how to get bonus perks on every map. Do I think the modifier system would be cool with the old system? I could take it or leave it, honestly. Why is there a Richthofen head emote? Because that's what I thought of when I was making emotes. I probably have some more emote slots almost unlocked. Do I prefer modifiers or augments? I prefer modifiers. I hate the augment system. I think the augment system is very bad, because it just requires so much grinding just to be able to survive. But also, once you have all the augments you need unlocked, you're just way too overpowered. Which character is my favorite? Richthofen, specifically Ultimus. Emotes of the 4 OG perks? I could do that. I have a Deadshot emote. What if my 4th perk was just automatically your modifier perk? That would be somewhat interesting. I feel like it's just an unnecessary system. I feel like the perks should just do what they do. And not have to worry about, like, specific slots or modifiers or whatever. Or upgrades. The Finn will... On average, the Finn will only turn when I'm on the 5th Resonator. Unless it is, like, through a round transition. Is Deadshot as useless as you think it is? Probably, yeah. Worst modifier effect? I don't know. There's some perks in Black Ops 4 that are not only outright useful, but outright harmful. I think Zomshell is one of them. Zomshell is a perk that actively harms you and never helps you. Probably Death Perception modifier also sucks, I think. I don't even know what all the modifiers do, to be fair. Yeah, weapon kits is fine. Gobblegums is where BO3 went wrong. You really hate the wolf one? Well, Blood Wolf bite modifier is extremely good.
I'm just gonna leave this here for
It'd be cool if you could combine perks for new effects. I think that would work better as a specific map gimmick instead of an across every map thing. The world record on this map is around 255, which is tied by 4 people. The fastest 255 was 88 hours and change, which was by No Mole Man pretty recently. What did Bandolier Bandit's modifier do again? Isn't that the one where it refills your clip when you switch weapons? Like, if your clip is empty, you switch weapons and it'll fill the clip of your other weapon. Which isn't very good, to be fair. It's usually just faster to reload. Your stream keeps lagging. Is anyone else's stream lagging? I'm always worried. I don't know if it's my end or...
Probably best to just...
No, it's fine. Okay. Electro Burst is one of the best modifiers, arguably. I'm fine with experimental map gimmicks between maps. I feel like BO2 actually struck a really good balance of different maps being experimental, you know? Not all of them worked necessarily. Like, I don't think Transit is like the best designed map at all, but I like that they were willing to try. Deadshot is very good for camping. It's really, like, not. Yeah, like, the Deadshot modifier is okay, but there's just plenty of other modifiers that are way better, like Stone Cold Stronghold. Yeah, so, like, here, right now, it's sideways right now, and it might cut out because it's the round transition, but... Deadshot's modifier gets canceled out by the fact that there are just plenty of other better perks on Black Ops 4.
It's a turbine, like the one from the town. I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
No War Machine? Well, if I have grenades, I'm gonna use the grenades first before the War Machine. Which is only the first turbine of every round, but... Best Pack-a-Punch camo? Revelations. Like, if I have to choose a map, Revelations. If I have to choose one camo, it's the Revelations camo with, like, the blue and the red and the lightning bolts. That one's so cool.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna stop this stream when I hit round 120. So, probably another 25-ish minutes, give or take.
I think Ragnar Hutch was looking
This is a longer stream than I normally do, but, like, I'm having fun.
feeling the boom.
I don't really feel fatigued, even though it's been like 4 hours. I like the Mob of the Dead one. Gorods are interesting. I don't hate Gorod. I do hate Zetsubo. I think I like Derizens more than I like Gorod.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
Mob of the Dead is really good. Which map had the gemstones? What do you mean? Oh, isn't that Derizen? Yeah, the gemstone camos. Come on! Like genuinely, why does that not blow it up? Yeah, the Shadows one and the Mob of the Dead one are basically the same. They're very similar, at least. Not to be confused with Afterlife Camo, which is the multiplayer variant that BO2 had. And also BO3, or did BO3 only have Weaponized 115? Alright, thanks for stopping in, Grim. BO3, did BO3 have Afterlife Camo on multiplayer? I'm trying to remember. I don't think it did. It did have Weaponized 115, I remember that. Generally, it is better to play with graphic content off. Like, almost always. There's only very specific circumstances where you want it on. Yeah, the original World at War camos are nice. But that's cheating? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. Alright, now it's time to trade out monkeys for time bombs and vice versa. Oh, wait, why did I hit without trading out my war machine first? Oh, well. Well, that was dangerous. I keep gaining and losing PhD randomly, because I just, like, drop off a ship by accident. Obviously, having PhD would have been pretty helpful there, but, you know. I didn't die, that's what matters. And now, if I get time bombs, I want to take them, because then I want to get monkeys back. What map do you think can crash your game the fastest? Well, any BO3 map where you can get trip mines the earliest. Yeah, you can crash your game with trip mines by you just place them down, pick them up, place them down, pick them up, place them down, pick them up over and over again, and you'll just crash your game in like 5 minutes. Well, okay, I don't know why they're in here, but I guess I'm getting a new turbine now.
Ah, these freaks aren't screwing around.
Do I think the Moon High round strat will be difficult on PS5 without an accurate timer? It's more difficult, but not impossible. But also, if you don't have an accurate timer, just always look at the zombies through the walls and they'll never despawn. Yeah, it'll crash everyone. I have a whole video where I talk about G-spawn. I would recommend watching that video because that'll give you better insight as to what specifically I'm referring to
It's probably best to just leave.
with the trip mines.
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it. Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Yeah, that was the video where I crashed a random game.
Now is all you're good for.
That's the last time I played a public lobby, by the way. I am not free of your presence. What brings you back?
You may not have seen it, but I know you felt it.
Well, that was fast. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned, I'm gonna get off as soon as I hit round 120, so we probably got like 20 minutes left, actually like 20 minutes left, just under, before I end the stream.
You guys form a gang or something? What did I just bang into? You feeling the boom? You may not have seen it.
Did I bring up the AO traps? Do those G-spawn you, or is it a different crash? Should we play World at War or BO1 later? Play BO1. BO1's just a little more polished, you know?
All you're good for. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
World at War or BO4? BO4.
Got knocked right off your feet that time. Falling down is all you're good for.
Yeah, World at War early rounds are really slow. And I wish it had solo quick revive. But I get it. It's just primitive, you know? You can't fault World at War too much for being the first game and being the game where they were still figuring stuff out.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
Yeah, and the fact that they have their own gravitational pull.
Got knocked right off your feet that time. Got knocked right off your feet that time. Got knocked right off your feet that time.
That round? This is round. Alright, one more round and then I'm calling it.
Wait, what? Blade shoot out? That's awesome!
Also, if I beat one more round, that'll be my new PB. So, that's cool.
Feeling the boom? You feeling the boom? Ugh, that's weird. Just banged into something.
Do you think they purposely made the Jug spot kind of OP? Not necessarily. How often do I change the turbine? So, on average, it will be about 5 resonators before I switch the turbine, but the answer is, on the back of the turbine, right here, you'll see a flap, and the flap is going to be straight up. As soon as the flap turns sideways, that's when it's time to get a new turbine, because that's when it can start cutting out. You're going to see, after 4 more resonators, the flap is going to go sideways, and that's when I get a new one.
Probably best to just leave this here for now. You may not have seen it, but I know you felt
Do you think COD expected to overshadow their new release with BO1 and 2 ports? Listen, all I'm saying is there's a reason that Activision released these ports in the first place. And the reason is because the new games aren't selling well, and they want to be able to show that they actually have sales and that they actually have players. If the new games were performing well, they wouldn't have done this. So, did they expect it to overshadow it? I don't know. But
right off your feet that time.
there's a reason that they released these ports.
Do yourself a favor. Don't get back up.
What's my highest round ever? On this map or any map? Do I think they're going to continue to update it after Modern Warfare 4 releases? You mean the ports? I don't know. Any map, any game? Round 935 on Mauer, but if you don't count Modern Zombies, then it's round 410 on Tagged or Toten. So here, like, you could see now the flap on the back is sideways. So now it's time to break the turbine. Do I think they'll ever remaster the games? Maybe. I'm not necessarily hoping for remasters. I'm mainly just hoping for a new game to be similar to those. A new game, but like with all of the stuff that made those ones good. Meaning, get rid of all the pay-to-win Warzone crap that the new games are plagued with. Yeah, it's definitely wishful thinking, that's for sure. I didn't play any of the new campaigns, so I don't know. Alright, thanks for stopping in, Grim. Yeah, we probably got like another 8 or 9 minutes in the stream, and then I'm calling it. Oh, that's a war machine. What I could also do is the next time I have to trade, instead of trading, I can get Leroy to give me a max ammo. And that will refill my monkeys as well. And save me from some box hits. But maybe that'll be a next stream activity.
Shatter their will!
Ethan, thanks for the sub. Welcome. One would think, Jules, hey, make the games better designed so that people... Like, I feel like people were spending more money on the older games. You pay $60 for the game, you pay $50 for a season pass or the DLC, plus you're still selling, like, skins and shit. I don't see what was so flawed about that system that they were like, let's make free DLC that's shittier and make people pay for the stupid battle pass. There's no way it's more profitable. Do you think you beat your PB of 36 on World at War Shinonuma? I bet you can. Some of these skins and packs are like 40 bucks though. Yeah, not everyone's buying them. Well, I'm saying like the way that Black Ops 2 handled like the selling of custom camos and skins was, oh my god. The way that Black Ops 2 handled all of that was easily like the best in the series. I hate when I fucking chuck grenades at it and then it dies to one hit from a zombie. You're on 32 on Die Rise, trying to get to 100? Let me know how it goes. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, even when zombies are, like, hit by the purple and it looks like they're gonna explode, a lot of times they can get a couple hits on you if they fall. So don't be afraid to, like, shoot an extra shot or, like, train it around a little. Do what you gotta do. Don't assume that just because a zombie has purple coming out of it, that it's instantly gonna explode. Which map were you playing, Luna? Finally beat your PB? Nice. Can you hit max rank by doing this strat? Yes. If you're talking about, like, hitting shotgun rank, absolutely. And if you're talking about hitting 255 as in max round, yes, absolutely. The higher the round you survive to, the more it helps your rank. Realistic Dead of the Night megas. Wow. Can you get shotgun rank in one game? That is an interesting thought experiment. I believe the answer is yes. As long as that game lasts for more than 30 hours. And that you get to a high enough round. Yeah, it has to be a 30-hour long game. I'm playing, well, I'm on offline, like, I'm on Plutonium, so it still shows my rank and everything. He didn't get it in one game, I don't think. Did he? I know that he did, I know that way back in the day, he did shotguns without, he did shotguns without any kills. Good luck, thank you, Legit Greens. I'm a noob in Call of Duty Black Ops 4 Zombies. Can you teach me how to play the game and how to get to the pack punch? Not during a live stream, I can't, no. That's a lot of information. You G-spawned on Die Rise? That's unusual. I should be pretty close to the end of the round, which also means the end of the stream. Yeah, this is like the end of the round right here. All right. On that note, I think it's time for me to go. We will continue starting around 120. All right, I'm gonna say I might stream tomorrow, but I'm not gonna make any guarantees because I do have to work. But I will stream on Thursday, if not tomorrow. Can you use claymores a lot without them crashing? Generally, yeah. Do we know how many kills the Resonator does before killing itself? We, as a community, yes. Off of the top of my head, no, I don't remember the number. But it's like 50 kills or something? Maybe not quite. I think it might be 50 kills. I don't know. Alright, but I gotta get going. Thank you all for watching. I will be back, like I said, maybe tomorrow, if not definitely on Thursday. Alright, I'll see you all soon. Goodbye.